Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Mid-Atlantic Invitational. I'll be your host today, Paulie with the hype, Paulie hype dash Paulie, if you will. So you can call me whatever you like. But this week, of course, we have the Mid-Atlantic region, and we are claiming a winner in each of our 4-game titles of Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, and Overwatch. Each one of those winners will qualify for our grand final event, a LAN. Finally, we're going back to LAN May 7th and 8th at Gateway Center Arena. That's coming up in just a few short weeks. So each winner will qualify for a bid to our grand final LAN event. Today on the agenda for the Mid-Atlantic, we have, of course, Valorant, lately the most coveted game in collegiate esports. All the tryhards are in this one, and it's just so much fun to watch. So we have two amazing commentators up on the schedule for today. We have Orbital Casting, the guy we use for all the game titles whenever we need him, always in our back pocket. Make sure we keep Orbital for the ride. And of course, finally making his Esports U debut, it's going to be Rich Rad live on the mic with Orbital. As we take a look on the group stage, we have Group 1 is going to be Caldwell versus Concord, and Group 2 is Stockton versus West Virginia University. So without further ado, let's throw it right over to Rich Rad and Orbital for some Valorant Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, my friend. It is an absolute pleasure to be here alongside Orbital. It's been a while since he and I have been next to each other, but we're looking forward to getting this Valorant action underway. Orbital, I'm feeling pretty great going into this Valorant cast.
I'm excited as well. I mean, last time we were casting, we were throwing dodgeballs, and now we're going to throw bullets around. It's going to be a fantastic time. And again, the group stages are always where things are set. It's where teams start to differentiate themselves. And of course, in best of ones, you never know what's really going to happen.
No, not at all. But again, they're all fighting for that amazing opportunity to go to a live LAN at that amazing Gateway Center Arena by, Hawks G League team. It's got to be such a huge opportunity for these players just to feel and know that they have that opportunity ahead of them. And, taking a look at just over the course of these groups, again, 8 teams total, 4 in each group, fighting their way to get that #1 spot to be able to enter into that. And again, May is only around the corner, so they've got it real close in their peripherals to be completing and participating in.
It is, and to be able to go to a LAN is a whole different scenario as well. These are teams that are really looking to get their experience in as well. Playing in front of a live audience brings drastically different stipulations than it normally would, and to be able to have that opportunity to be able to put yourself out in that position, it means a lot to a lot of players that are hoping to be able to further their esports careers. So I'm very, very excited about these opportunities, and Esports U, of course, putting on all these over multiple titles as well, not just Valorant. I think is a huge and amazing thing to be going on. So I'm very, very excited to bring you to be here with you as well, and to be able to cast these first 2 matches.
Absolutely, as we're going to hop into the agent select here, looking to see what kind of compositions we're going to see coming out, whether it's something of comfort, more so in the meta, as we're going to be entering into Haven first. And from what we have confirmation of the picks and bans, we do know that it's going to be Concord on the defense first. And able to talk to Peyton, their manager of Valorant and their coordinator, has been involved for 3 years, really talked about a lot of the individuals on this team and what they've really been working on over the course of these weeks leading up to this. And they're kind of like this diamond in the rough team that is really looking to step up and show that they are worthy enough to not only perform well within this specific region, but also be able to claim that #1 spot so that they can be offered the opportunity to be at that live LAN.
And to start things off, I mean, going up against the likes of others within your region really does give you a little bit of time. A 3-year program tends to bring with it a lot of connotations, right? It's a lot of, I want to say, history behind it. In esports, 3 years is quite a long time, right? You have first year groups are usually like first semester is what I usually look at in collegiate aspects. That's where it really hits the ground. That's where you have all the opportunities. Second semester or the latter half of the year is where you're trying to push forward. And then from there, it just takes off, right? You're taking a look at a lot of these opportunities and a lot of these players coming into play for your squad, and you go, okay, it's really happening. And then by year 3, you're looking to solidify the base. That is where a lot of these groups, you're working with maybe second-year students, maybe even third. And in the collegiate, you're really hoping to have a solid foundation. So I really, really like the point that you pointed out. Hopefully a 3-year program group is able to have some amazing opportunities he's ready and waiting to go and can give us a great showing here in game 1.
And with Peyton, again, being there for so long, she is, basically emphasizing the same thing that you had as well discussed, establishing themselves, focusing more so on improvement versus just building the foundation of the, students in and of itself. And even got to talk about their in-game lead, Troll, who is kind of like the pop-off individual that you will just literally see somebody come out of nowhere and make everything completely turn on its head. So that's an individual I'm really looking to take a look into. But to even further know that they've recently just had, some new additions into it, where Troll, Cap, and Male have been the longest group of 3 amongst one another, just recently bringing in Dawson, and again, just making sure that they can get Noaz, who is I'm speaking about, and then also their other player, again, that is in here, Zevzi. They are the 2 individuals that have really had to try and synergize and be able to build a cohesive plan. And they've entered really well into their lineup and have been really performing at top levels and have a really, really confident nature to them, and looking to be able to give this first round of Caldwell, a decent run for their money.
And that's really the fun part, because again, no matter how established you are, it is still a best of 1, right? And that is something that I really, really like to see. There are some teams that specifically excel in best of 3 or best of 5s, right? You talk about some teams and they take a little bit to rev up. You want to see them in a best of 3 to kick things off, because game 1s can be a little bit shaky, right? And so for Concord, you were talking about Zevzi as well as Noaz, who I love the name, by the way. It is another way to look at it is no WASD, no movement whatsoever. So I love it so much. It's a great name. But there's so many different opportunities for them to be able to work with. On the other side, though, we talk so much about Concord. Caldwell are looking to do the exact same thing, right? Maybe not as established, or maybe even more established one way or another. They're hoping to prove themselves here. And remember, this is a group stage of 4. You are looking to beat out, I believe, 3 other teams. You want to make it into the top 2. So starting off with a win is vastly important. The best way to think about it, it's another best of 3, right? But against a fresh roster every time. So for Concord, yes, this trio was hoping to make a mark, but Caldwell are hoping to do the exact same thing, and it all has to start off with a bang here. Haven, one of the more intricate maps as well. So both teams hoping to lay it all on the line right out of the gate.
And Matt specifically from Caldwell talked a little bit about their nerves going into this. This is actually their first season to ever really play competitively in Valorant, and they know that this is a new environment. And there are some others, on this team as well that have had prior experience, whether it be in CSGO, most specifically Peter, who is that IGL, that leader for the team that has previous competitive environment experience. So that is giving aid to this team. But again, when it comes to know somebody like Matt, who's like stepping into this role, and even talking about their history of, I really, watched a lot of Halo. I watched a lot of other competitive play, and Valorant is an option that they had, a part of their school that they could really dive into, put forth a lot of effort into it. And, going into this, the one specific thing to really just kind of note as well for Matt is that they're actually going to have to be playing on an agent that they don't typically play. They are such a dominant Raze player, so now they're going to come out with the KO specifically to try and adapt into this composition that can work alongside what they also claimed very much with Peter on this Jet. Very, very level-headed, aggressive type of, chaos that they can work with, and seeing how it's going to play out, especially on this defensive side.
It's a strong call as well, right? You're talking about how Matt really likes that Raze and likes kind of that, not initiator, but the duelist coming out here. But Valorant is also that game of ever-changing motions, right? Depending on the map as well, you can sometimes see a player very specifically pick up agents across the board. Infantry Jet players work along their talents. It all depends on if they like the map. And so far, Reaper is liking this map. That's going to be 2, but Cap's 2, and Zevzi is going to finish it off with 3. It's down to a 2v2 right out of the gates over here on C.
Yep, managing to now have an opportunity to recontest this. Post-plant comes through with Zevzi up front with Troll. Again, Troll, the key factor in making plays happen. Headhunter watching these corners to see if anyone's going to press out into it. And they're going to have to coordinate this swing around it. Rendezvous escapes. They're quick enough, but now only leaves one to watch that long position. Rotation back. You've got Zevzi now attempting to try and take out the second, but gets traded out by Matt, and finally will actually go down. And this is Concord able to take this first round in a quite risky exchange.
That was one of the more dangerous ones I think I've ever seen, and I have to give credit to Caldwell for actually pulling off an early stop, but unfortunately Reaper was not enough to kind of finalize that. And of course Troll living away, Troll's known for their resilience, living on 1 HP, quite literally got away by the skin of their teeth, and it was a fantastic move, right? And Concord, again, this veteran squad, this veteran roster, as you were saying, with 3 out of 5 returning, you're hoping this synergy can work well. Of course, at the beginning, though, you got to be worried about here in round number 2. Those eco pistols coming out of Caldwell is going to do quite a bit. Ooh. However, when you're blinded, you tend to run into a wall.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed dash play there, not getting behind cover quick enough, left out in the open, as you do see that crown control over by Iron Man, looking to just wait for someone to push out. They have acknowledgement that there are potentially 2 nearby, as it's a very slow, methodical play here from Concord, and not going to opt to dive in quickly as they did before, but a great pickup as well, because Caldwell played a little bit more open than they probably should have.
It's the anti-eco, of course, as well, and so all of these mistakes are also punished much more heavily, right? You're looking at a very early Vandal from one member, and then Nowaz is, of course, running that Spectre, which is the standard approach. In this instance, though, Troll is going to be able to mark one more down, Cap is going to take out Matt, and a follow-through as Iron Man takes away a second player. It's a nice one to have, and losing 2 in the anti-eco is fairly standard. You're wondering if you can get a bit more. Can Iron Man find 1 or 2 more kills?
Looking for the wall bang there, knowing that they're hiding behind box. As you do have some intel potentially coming out. Does not find Iron Man specifically, but they know they're in the back. That will be Zevsy getting the elimination and now putting them at a 2-0 scoreline.
It's a very standard scoreline as well, right? This is kind of, I always like to call it the standard opening of Valorant. This is where it can get a little bit dicey, though, because usually the first 3 rounds fall something like this, right? It's the 2-0 for whichever team got round number 1, and then round 3 with the eco coming out of the I want to say, winner so far, means that the opposing team, the current team that's sitting at 0, is going to sit with the full buy, right? You can see it right there. Massive weapons online, so we should see Caldwell be able to come away with a round. Concord, of course, going to try their best to deny that on their own attack here. Little bit of an oddball shot there. Sova lineups always amaze me. Sometimes they just don't land true, though.
Yeah, you know, between the branches and amongst the leaves, every now and again, one's thick enough to stop that as it attempts to come from overhead. And you got, again, a little bit of a, you know, reservation here. Concord being really, really strategic. I commented on that earlier, and that's something that they've held themselves to a really high standard, that they want to be more of this methodical, but yet still somewhat aggressive play. As there's Peter, though, demonstrating their ability with their previous competitive experience, getting a triple in their line of sight, as it now is slightly reduced, so Caldwell still only has at least that 1-man advantage.
You know what? You'll take a 3K. You'll take a 3K wherever you go. It's an opening that you really enjoy, but of course, as you said, Concord firing right back. 3Ks are only as good as you can get, and Cap immediately turns up. For all that work that Peter did, it's down to a 2v2. And can Concord actually push up? That's the big question. You got the kills, but you don't know where the remaining 2 members are. So Caldwell spreading thin across CNA. They are going to hear the garage actually looking true, and this is going to be the chance. Can Matt spray down both? Yes, you do. It's a full house of frags between Peter and Matt, as they're able to take it back, but not without heavy losses. 3 lost in that exchange.
And this is where it's going to give Caldwell a real opportunity to bolster their morale, because again, Matt at the start of this said that they were feeling nervous, that they weren't really able to feel as confident because they know they were working on so much. Peter here getting an early lead for this team. That IGL just showing dominance on this jet play. Does go down despite it, but Matt towards the end of it, able to get these 2 kills, specifically closing out this round, has definitely been a confidence booster for them, as they are about to go into this next round where they can feel a little bit more comfortable with their economics.
Enemy suppressed.
Yeah, this is also where I always feel that the game starts to actually branch out. This is where we start seeing all weapons are hot. This is where teams should be bolstering up, and it really goes to show, you know, who is going to have the main advantages. And right now, Peter is still wrapping true. Again, currently first kills off the board. Has the Bladestone available if you want to pop it up. But with the deep flank coming in here, you know they weren't expecting it. Peter picks up a 3K, looking for one more. Is ready to go. They line up and almost lock it down. 4K for Peter. And Iron Man finishes it out. Caldwell with a nasty, aggressive defensive play.
Yeah, being in the wings, making sure that they can give assistance if Peter's rotation in that lurk doesn't manage to be successful, but Peter's still getting a chunk of change out of that one, and now as we do see, it's an even 2-for-2 score. This is where you're going to have a little bit of a troublesome eco for Concord, so now they're going to go for a light buy here, partial armors, get maybe a rifle or two that they can use. They've got that Spectre, and then seeing what they can do also with this other is really only the Sheriff and pistols are there for the sidearm.
And this is, again, the standard. The question is, again, can they pick up any of those frags? At this point, you're more just trying to knock out the eco from Concord, right? You want to knock around the economics that they have, the creds that they're currently saving up. So you're always hoping for 2 to 3 frags throughout these rounds as well. If you don't, you're looking at Concord being able to carry over a massive amount of money into the following rounds. And you can hear the 2 out of 4 is already prepped by Trolls saying, look, we're going to give this our best shot, and we're going to try and kick some butt.
We'll see if Matt is able to respond. Rendezvous place, looking to see if they can peek this corner ever so slightly, but Matt hasn't yet treaded into the open space as they look to peek. One shot goes wide. Matt survives for now. As Troll continues to press forward, they've got the information that they are still playing in that small cubby position as now Reaper holds this angle and waits for them to push in.
Peter again with the mid flank is absolutely annihilating them. Troll is able to take Matt back. Reaper is going to find him in garage, and it's down to a 2v4. Caldwell really enjoying this layout once again, but Troll takes a snap peek. 2 out of 4, ripping away Peter's life there. It's down to a 3v2. Troll looking for at least one more before the teammate gets there with the plant. Even though Caldwell do have the players up, Troll is immediately going to turn it with a 3K.
Yep, Troll being that MVP player that can turn everything on a dime if they find an early lead, and with that tour de force giving that really, really great angle to be held, nobody checking their corners as effectively or even ready for how they've been consistently playing. Now Cap's going to lead in with the null command, so there is more than enough dominance to keep presence around this position. A lot of util committed even into the corner so that nobody can get there, and again, it's solely now on to that last remaining player. Baba pushing out into this open position. Might look for a gentle tap onto this for the defuse, but knows that there has to be either some in this corner, and doing a very good job with this slow pace, making sure that there isn't anyone near, but has to address soon because they are going to get a little bit too close for comfort as they push out. Rendezvous maneuvers. They still get the pickup down the long position for C. But at this point, they have to commit. This is going to be such a danger. They get it. The timer. It's going to be so close, but they will not be able to get it in time. I don't believe it will pop just before it. What a worthwhile effort, though, from this defensive position.
You know what? I give it to Troll. Troll was looking for the ace. It was not given. But it was dang close, 0.12, and Troll, again, at the very end, I want to point out, they lid with such a sliver of HP. This swing in here, Peter has done so well. If this mid position cannot be taken care of, this might be a problem for Concord later on, but Troll here on C's site, laying it down with the 2 out of 4, so the operator, if you will, getting 4 kills early did cause Baba to be stuck in this situation. You can see Troll on almost no HP there and still able to flick out, cause a little bit of a distraction. That's what you do. You play the time. So well done by Concord.
And the other thing, too, is when it comes to Caldwell on this defensive position, they seem to be networking out a little bit further. There's the op, though. You don't have the tour de force anymore, but you still have the op ready for that next round after how close it was and saving it. Matho playing very, very out in the open to see if they can get value. A little bit aggressive here, so they've reduced numbers on this defensive side, and they're going to be really spread thin here to compete against Concord.
Yes, they are. But Male hoping to cause a little bit of a surge. Troll has so far been aggressive on C, but A has barely been touched. And this might be why Caldwell go ahead and open up with a few, but Troll takes out Iron Man's life down to a 1v3. So sorry, I can't count sometimes. Caldwell with 1 alive. It's the Brimstone. You can do a little bit of work here, but I think you're probably just going to save. So Concord with a phenomenal entry into a showing off their skill so far and claiming what should be a 4th round.
Yep. They're just going to sit back. They'll keep their economics for the Brimstone, but looking at the bigger picture, and when we've seen this consistent Caldwell positioning on the defense, they like to lean out a little bit. Peter's been the one to play more aggressively into the open space. I like how Concord have been more to respond to that aggression that's come through, allowing them to more so wait for this you know, uneasy aggression or maybe impatience that Caldwell has, looking for that forward momentum. And Concord has been taking advantage of it. And if there isn't this little bit of, let's say, reservation from Caldwell moving into these later rounds, I think it's going to continue going into this direction. And they have to be more, let's say, reactive than, I think, overly proactive, because it's catching them out a little bit.
On defensive, I think that's very, very true, right? And I think it stems actually from Peter's excessive wins in the mid, right? Whenever you have a player that pops off this hard, it tends to bleed over into the rest of the players. And actually, that's what you want. You want a star player that can carry a team forward and kind of give them the confidence to take some of those fights and say, hey, you're going to have someone backing you up. There's someone that's always going to get those kills. However, it can backfire. As you said, you get a little overconfident, but Peter is able to snipe one out with that Blade Storm. Once again, just one blade. That's all you need. However, as you said, the rest of the team needs to be ready. The rest of the team needs to be prepared for the fact that sometimes Peter is going to go down and the rest of the team is going to apply appropriately. You can see him flanking in on all sites and ensuring that they have the main points covered. No one over-aggressing right now.
But yeah, this is what I like to see. Again, Peter still hesitant, not over-aggressing. I like this because they have the numbers advantage. They can cover more space with this, and depending upon where Concord is going to dedicate their time and rotation to, since at this point, they're indecisive. They're not really sure because they're waiting, as we've seen before, Caldwell press out in this. So if Caldwell just holds, they get this round.
I have the spike.
They would, at the expense of 2 ultimates as well, and we do have to keep track of the ultimate economy. This is the first time Caldwell, I think, are actually adding it in, but Peter, again, containing. That mid is able to take 2. Baba this time with the 2 of the force. Big, big weapon with big, big kills. Holding down C once again. Kind of rivaling that side, but Noaz is able to take out Baba. And again, this is a 2v3, although normally we'd say Caldwell has this. Concord have done this before. Lots of util thrown down that long hallway, and the gunfight goes the way of Reaper with the blind. However, Troll is going to find one. Can he get the other shot? No, he can't. And Caldwell live with 2. It is now a 1-round game as it's 4-3. As Caldwell look to have a resurgence.
Yes, indeed. Trying to continue to keep that gap closed to a very small, respectable amount, because it is only a round of 1. Everything's on the line here to move forward, as we do see a very full buy coming out once again from Caldwell now that they did have that round succession. A little bit of hesitation here coming out from Concord as they look to see if it's going to be a final pickup, or they want to go a little bit more for that partial eco for Noaz, as they have not yet fully invested into something more so just going for the light armor. And at this point, because they have the Hunter's Fury ready, they can sacrifice that weapon and look to try and invest into the ultimate. And you can see Mail already dashing in quickly, looking for an easy and early execution.
I mean, Mail wants to show what kind of challenge Peter to who is the better jet player here. And of course, leaning out and around means that you know there is someone in a drone. And hey, Iron Man, not so iron outside of the suit. Peter says, that's not cool. We'll take your life. That is going to be Matt taking out Cap, and Troll taking out Matt. So the kills back and forth going to lean itself to a little bit of a dicey situation. Troll is able to find Reaper here on the main side of C, and that means it's going to be the Plant Concord lead with a 3-2. And advantage.
And that was so significant to be able to just hold that corner. Nice pickup, though, by Peter, though. Again, reducing the numbers. Going to have a bolt going over the top. Peter playing hyper-aggressive in the close proximity. And you've got this rotation through that small room, and unfortunately unable to get the value or follow up. There was coordination between Peter and them, but it was just a slightly too staggered for them to get the actual optimal pick onto Zezvi.
It was a difficult one, and the reason for that is, of course, you're working with single-shot guns as well, and that's kind of the downside to it, right? You try to swing hard and try to get the extra shot off, but the teammate was not ready to go. It's one of the hazards, and I think it was well played by Caldwell, but as you said, just a little bit disjointed on that fact. And Zevzi, of course, with a phenomenal swing as well, able to give a huge credit over to Concord now in a 2-round lead, looking for a bit more as Cap was able to take out Peter. And again, as you said, the IGL now kind of swapped out, having to go into drone position. Caldwell gonna have to do their best in a 4v5.
Able to spectate and direct the rest of this team defensively to make sure that they can not allow this one to run away. There's a lovely drive-by droning as they still continue to aggress into this middle position. Shockbolt comes out over to the back right side. Couple of shots onto Reaper. Doesn't get much, but at least removes the armor as this suppression holds for a brief moment. Noaz waiting to aggress into the same thing with Mail, but they're going to actually opt to change positioning and look to rotate over to C, and this is going to leave Baba all alone and needs to be super cautious of this.
He's gonna try. Baba hiding around a corner. No one checked the flank. That is gonna be a huge rip there. Tried to go for 3, could only get 2. That's plenty enough. You even it up for the rest of the team. Shock bolt high and wide, and unfortunately lands along the rooftops. So you're not going to get any information there. 3v3 though. Caldwell given an opportunity here to play it out, and Matt just sprang into the wall and immediately meets their doom. Concord was ready for as Male and Troll will take a kill apiece.
Iron Man now the only sole remaining member, having to be extremely cautious in where they peak. 26 HP and a dream. At this point, they've managed to at least get an upgrade, and they're going to bail out of this, but there is someone chasing Troll, looking in the back to see if they can bring down any sort of economic gain. As you hear the footsteps quicken, there's the headhunter, finds it as they swivel around the corner, and that's going to be a pickup and a denial on that weapon upgrade.
Oh, that one hurts. You could have left the weapon, right? You could have let the weapon go through, but it's the right move. Concord, of course, don't want to leave anything to chance here, as the early stages were incredibly close. This is the first time that we've seen anything larger than a 2-round lead for them, and so they're very, very excited here. Concord sitting at that halfway point, and if they continue through, especially with this eco coming out of Caldwell, they should be pretty happy, right? This does feel like it should be a 7th round opportunity, and they can look to start stacking up from here. Of course, you don't want to go to the dreaded and haunted 9-3, but if you do, that still gives you a massive lead to start things off, so we'll see what they can do here.
I mean, look at this aggression. It's going to have 4 look for an entire group for alert. The only one that's staying back is the solo jet play from Peter as they reconvene towards that side angle to go through the narrow corridor. But Troll has a long angle here with that op to make sure that nobody presses out, and gains 1 already so far, as they have an opportunity now to try and collapse into this. A lot of util tossed in. Cap gets another. Cap gets a second. Oh my goodness, this is just spelling disaster here for Caldwell as they're only down to 2.
That's a nasty little peek here, and I mean, this is what you'd expect from Concord, running full weapons hot. But you didn't expect it to be this clean. A flawless round victory means Caldwell were completely shut down and dominated, and Concord reading that round perfectly, saying, hey, we know that you're not going to really have any weapons. However, we know you like to push in some scenarios. So Troll rightly holding back on their own defensive positioning. That's how Peter actually was able to get a little bit of a steal back in the earlier rounds. So appropriately adjusting for the stuff that's gone on in this game. Concord really showing their experience here. 7-3, looking for one more large round before we look at a half swap.
And you can see even a judge going to be picked up here by Matt, or close encounters. Could look for a very forward position. Actually is going to do so. As you see them hold the inner position, are they going to tread into the C-long position? Troll not opting to just yet, but if the shot comes through and goes in for the reload, a pickup from Peter, gets a second, wants the third, and gets it! Able to get the wallbang earlier, and now Troll is able to punish them since they are actually knowledgeable of where Peter continues to aggress.
Let's be real, Peter's showing off a little bit of style, got 2, and then got away with a cheeky third. Probably shouldn't have happened, but that's just Peter, right? At this point, that's going to be the catchphrase. That's just Peter. Peter pulling off some of these fantastic plays. Of course, the rest of the team has to step up, and one of those players was Reaper, and it's another full house. These two have been so pivotal in some very important rounds, and I really like what they're doing here. Caldwell now sitting at 4, looking for one more, and we got to watch this again, right? 2 swings, and then the wall. You can see it right there. Male did not peak fast enough to be able to clip Peter before Peter was able to take out 3. It was quite damaging, and it gave Caldwell that opportunity.
And now as we continue to see them try to close the gap, we will look to be more so focused over by that C site, since it has been most repeatedly attractive to Concord, and having Troll manage that long lurking position. Tour de force goes for a shot. Peter able to elude that damage. Daggers are ready, and the dash comes in up front. Concord blazing forward, blitzing onto this point, but Peter up close. Impersonal gets taken down by the wall bang. Lots of damage spewed, and shall runneth over from Concord, and able to get this into a post-plant situation.
Just a nasty, nasty aggressive play, and I think that's the right call, right? At this point, Caldwell has, as we do see Reaper, unfortunately trail into a 1v3. You aren't really going to win that one, so Concord play into an 8-4 half. A fantastic score to be had. but I like the adjustment. So something that I really want to note there, and I don't know if it's going to continue into this second half, Concord have realized that they can't beat Peter in the direct head-to-heads in the first confrontation. In the first gun duels, Peter is going to win probably 7 to 8 out of 10 times, right? That's what we've seen multiple times. That's actually how we've seen Concord lose 2 of the 4 rounds that they lost so far, right? So the adjustment was made saying, hey, we know Peter's going to push. Let's just out-push on the other side, right? It's the close-in on the weaker pincer side, which at this point sounds like the other 4 members. And I think it's appropriate. So very nicely adjusted. Let's see if that continues here into the second half. And if Peter decides to go 1v5 man mode through it.
And Peyton highlighted that. We talked about it at the top of the broadcast when it came to methodology and control and understanding their opponent's weaknesses. And they have been able to exploit what Peter has really been able to do for this team. Peter now dashing in quickly. Double bursts come through. Great pickup damage, but is going to be traded out. As I say that, you finally see Concord able to take the advantage. Your frenzy's in hand. As it's only Baba remaining. The headhunter looks for the shot. The shorty in the distance dwindles the health value as they've got some support from Troll in the back, and that'll be a defensive win here for Concord, putting them up 1 more.
I love the attempt there from Caldwell, trying to take a page out of Concord's books and really laying down the opening aggressive stance. It's the stat check, right? It's a skill check coming out here. Caldwell go, all right, let's see how good you are on the defense. And Concord go, bet, run us that pot real quick. And they take 1 and looking for another one to put them in double digits. So Concord really hoping to extend this lead of 5 into 6 and continue to work with it to take their first game here in the group stage.
It's the great way to start off when you talk about the group stage. It's a long haul ahead of them to get to that final position, to have that LAN opportunity, but getting a win here out the gate and making you feel confident for the rest of the tournament is key. Troll barely able to get the rendezvous to escape after the shot goes wide. Baba now still in that middle position, playing aggressively, peeks out of the smoke, goes down from Troll once again with that headhunter.
It's a very, very nice peek. Again, Concord coming in clean, decisive. However, Male, unfortunately, is going to get the swing. You dance right past, but thankfully, it's a save round coming in for Caldwell. So 3 shots with the classic in the back is not going to do as much as you would normally hope. And it's going to be Concord coming away with their 10th. And you can see Troll, Cap, and Zevzi really putting up numbers, but watch this again. Troll bouncing through, great shot to the chest. I believe that was a 2-tap. And then the bounce forward, Male with the beautiful spray here.
Yeah, Male just comes in, styling out of the smoke right now. Dagger in hand, then swaps. 6 HP, comes out for the execution for the flawless round. Just having a time of their life. And now going to start moving into these critical moments as we approach these final rounds. Peter, aggressively forward in this middle position, looks to try and get some intel, as they will typically play this aggressive style. Matt gets 1, which is a big opportunity, but unfortunately gets swung on by Male, and now this lurking can begin.
This is actually going to be quite difficult, of course. Now you know you lost the back, so Caldwell are forced into these fights, and forced they will. They were forced their way to a C-site take, leaving 1 in the middle. Cap is able to take 1 before falling. Iron Man is going to take out Cap, and that's the right call to be made. Now down to a 1v2. Can Male do the 70 HP in a dream?
Male has been historically able so far, from what we've seen, be able to clutch out a couple of great plays, most specifically that last round. The health value not in favor for at least 1. In the distance, though, peeks into Peter, and as we've seen Peter before, if you give them some space and you peek all on your own, they'll take advantage of it.
It's a well-played fight. Again, Caldwell taking a round they definitely felt they should have. And we're going into the gun round, right? This is going to be the all-important setup here. No ultimates to be had. Male and Baba, I believe, are the only 2 that are relatively close. So maybe looking for that orb pickup just to get either the 2 or the Force or the Blade Storm up and available. It's going to be a challenge. Concord sitting 3 away from taking this map, and Caldwell having to run it up a potential 8 rounds. It's going to be a very, very difficult one to work with, but they have the opportunity. They have the gumption. They have Peter, of all people, so we'll see what they can do. Of course, this is going to be a full side A rush, as Caldwell are going to test the limits of the reactivity of Concord.
Wow, big smokes coming through. Peter now up top already, looking for that back position, but gets punished by Troll. Finds the sight line. And now a shock dart comes in. Great positioning and understanding of where that default position is going to be from the opponent. With now Male looking to rotate and find this flanking position, but isn't going to be able to do anything with Reaper getting it. And now they're going to move in. This is the last chance for Concord to try and turn this.
Oh, Iron Man, though, catching two that tried to take a sneaky peek, and that's going to be the all hands on deck. Caldwell now with 3v2. And Concord swing, you got one single shot, and it looks like it's not going to work. Matt takes out Cap, and you're looking at just one more shot. Troll, with a pistol in hand only, is going to save the operator. It's the right call. Concord lose control, but Caldwell get a much-needed round with 2 alive and force it to a 6-10 score.
Indeed, indeed, as this is a great opportunity for them to get some momentum. We talk about that specifically. Once you start getting these rounds, closing that gap, you were talking about 8 rounds in succession needing to happen, and this is a way to do so as we do take a look at the economics here for Concord. Very light, partial buys, needing to make sure that they have some of that to work into this next one, so it's going to be a little bit challenging for Concord, but we've seen them be able to perform despite them being down in this currency. And Troll really coming here to step up, as we've seen before with this operator, to be able to equalize for this team against Caldwell, who is feeling really confident in their weaponry.
As they should be, right? They should not have any disconfidence in there. However, if we do see a couple knives come out from Mail, that could turn the tides. But all rights to be, yeah, this should be a weapons hot for the side of Caldwell. And they take 3 before losing 1, and Mail able to get the headshot with that knife. And I think that was a full right click, so it is going to be a little bit of a dampener. Of course, Reaper going ahead, spraying away here on B. Great hold, but Reaper ready to go. The fake plant this time around is going to give Caldwell that opportunity. Fantastic play to move to 7.
I think it was a combination of like a fake plant, but also a scared plant, because you can see in the peripheral that you've got your friend next to you keeping cover, and then instantly being popped, and you're like, let me second get this for a moment. I ain't gonna be putting this down right now, and I gotta play super cautious, as we'll get it right here. You'll see Reaper go in for this pick, manages to buy some space. All right, I'm just gonna get it. I can see Sova. Oh, he's dead. Well, second guess, and I'll just go to take down Mail.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it, and it is. It's that scared. Well, that's a bad spot. Peter, though. Peter, you gotta stop making the highlight reels. Great body shot to Mail. That's gonna be knives out this time for Peter's side. And you're hoping to get a couple knives in. You should see a swing. Cap, though, finds a headshot on Peter. Really nice trade to keep it at an even 1-for-1.
Yeah, the op was out, then it was down, with the knives up, and then you're down. It's just this constant ebb and flow when it comes to Peter. You got your highs and lows, but that is per usual for any Jet player, as you've got Iron Man now looking to get a couple of shot darts up in that heaven position as they maintain down below. And you've got some dark cover being tossed into this position to block some of the silence, but there's still a decent angle held here, and that paranoia doesn't get anything.
It's nothing at all, but it does create a little bit of a diversion. Troll able to take out Matt, as Matt was able to take out Cap, but remember, Cap was, of course, in that ulti, in that null command. And now you get a little bit of a revive, so Concord being able to carry forward, but Reaper says, nah, you're not even allowed to do that. Immediately taken down after the revive, but Troll was ready on the flank, so Caldwell not allowed to mount a defense. Well played by Concord to put them at 11.
There was a great opportunity, though, for Reaper to get that. I mean, they had the orbital strike to buy out some time. Unfortunately, the resurrection came through after the null command and gave that extra numbers advantage, so it wasn't as comfortable to try and re-enter into this, which could have gone a little bit differently, I think, if they were able to get that sooner, or at least have the null command completely taken out. But that's neither here nor there as we continue to approach. Concord is now only 2 rounds away from moving on through this bracket and continuing out of these group stages. And I'm really looking to see how we're going to have this retaliation defensively here from Concord to try and see if they can continue getting closer to it. As Caldwell, they're rushing and getting close to over by that C position to feel confident for that engagement.
They are rushing a bit, but they have to clear garage first, or else this is going to be a 3-person rush. Mail saw someone go by and didn't take the blind shot, so that means Peter is allowed to have free roam, and anytime Peter is allowed a little bit of a window of opportunity, they do run with it. However, Troll, who has now put up a 30 bomb, I believe, or 29 just about, because Cap took that 3K. That is ridiculous to see here. Troll mounting a high-end fight with no walls to finish it off. It looked good for Peter there, but unfortunately Concord were much more put together. It's a 3 group, and Troll actually only got 1. Cap was able to explode up there with 18 now total throughout this entire match, and they are 1 round away. Rad, they're 1 round away from being 1-0 here at the start of this tournament.
It's do or die now. Concord feeling comfortable. They're feeling that they're resting themselves in their chair, leaning back a little bit, but maybe that's the best opportunity here for Caldwell to turn this around. And as they look to focus towards the central position, going to have a little bit of position over towards C as well. As Troll looks to get out with the rendezvous, op in hand. As Mayhel plays this inner corner, waiting for someone to aggress forward, just in the suppression radius. And Dominant's now over towards this B position, but it's not going to be easy. Dark cover to lead in.
It's going to be a little bit dangerous play, but Mail going ahead, open it up with 2. That's a beautiful spray down. Iron Man is going to find that kill in the back, but again, the damage has been done. You can see Iron Man bleeding out here. Just 14 HP to their own, and Concord has set themselves up for success. Cap is able to find Peter the Star. And the MVP is down for the side of Caldwell, so Concord going to be working in a 4v2 fight, and that is exceptional to their own taste. A teleport back to C leaves a very open A site, but Concord are able to flank in very nicely, and this should be the final nail in the coffin.
It's all on you, Matt. With a full health, almost. A dream. You unfortunately see your spike go down. The nerves might be setting in, but they have performed miraculously. Able to get one with the wall bang, but unfortunately unable to take down the 3. Worthwhile effort for Caldwell, but Concord comes out on top and continues to move on in a dominant fashion.
It was phenomenal, to say the least. Again, so many bright points for either side, but as you said, Concord really showing up here with really good reactionary adjustments, right? Not just with the players. I mean, Troll stepped up. Let's not deny that. Troll went on a freaking spree. But the adjustments is what I really, really like to see. I personally am a huge fan of teams when they come together and can spot flaws and adjust to work with them, right? In my opinion, FPS games, especially with round-based systems, you have to be able to adjust on the fly, and the number of rounds that you kind of keep that adjustment to low, you know, if you see a big flaw and you only allow it to go on for 1 to 2 rounds, I think that is amazing. That's exactly what Concord did. Caldwell tried their best, and my gosh, did Peter put up some fantastic numbers. It just wasn't going to happen this time around, and Concord are able to take the dub.
Yeah, adaptation is key, allowing Concord to take the win, but as you mentioned as well, you have to give some serious credit. You know, Matt, who also stepped up despite them feeling nerves, getting very, very high up on the KDA and having a lot of influence when it comes to their ACS. But yeah, Peter dominating for their team to help them out and continue to try and give them a more formidable opportunity in any competition they have later on outside of just this specific event. And with that being concluded, we do still have one more best of one for us specifically, at least, but there is still more Valorant to come. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we've got a lot more excitement just on the other side of this break.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, friends, as we continue on. We've already seen some amazing Valor in action where Concord managed to take the win over Caldwell, but we get to actually continue the story of Caldwell as they are going to be now facing off against University of Maryland College Park. So College Park actually did also have a successful win in the previous round as well. So at this point, Orbital, it's time for Caldwell to be able to come back and gain some redemption after that first game.
It is, and I mean, it's the opportunity, right? Because if they do lose this one, their chances at moving on into the bracket stage is going to be all but finalized. Unfortunately, as much as it sometimes hurts, in a 4-group stage, you are looking at least 2 wins to really solidify yourself up and above, so you're hoping for that. There's also opportunity for a 3-way tie, which is always very, very funny to watch. I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but we'll see if it does. Either way, I think you're right. Caldwell really need to show up here against another team that is currently 1-0, and I think it all rests kind of on Peter at this point. Peter had a phenomenal game 1, but unfortunately it was not able to be acted upon by the rest of the team, and at this point, that's what you really have to look at. The rest of the players kind of stepping up to bat here and making use of the opportunities Peter creates for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and being able to synergize with such a stellar player like that who has a history in other FPS CSGO was a significant part of their competitive past, able to now bring the knowledge that they have. Even though it's not Valorant directly, there are still some very valuable and necessary skills that transition over into this game of Valorant as we take a look at, just and talk a little bit about Maryland as well. They have a very, very experienced history. Dusty, who is their captain, has been with the team for 2 years, a little bit over, actually, since they've been playing. They are the initiator for this, typically more so of that Sova and Sky composition, which has been yielding a lot of value, even in upper-level competitive play. And really having a lot of synergies with these teams. As we get into now this Agent Select, we will take a look to see what that option is for composition. And we can even see the Sova coming out by Dusty, and a little bit of some uniqueness potentially going to come through, but also some very standard picks going into Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, the most standard, I have to say, is Sova.
Yeah.
Right? That is the kind of staple here on Ascent. Everyone knows the Sova. The only thing that they like to do is go get an Odin, prep up in front of B, and spray down the doors for all they're worth. It's a very, very valid strategy, and it works very well. As you were saying, though, hopefully seeing some diversity here, the unique kind of characters coming out here, and this is one of the maps that I want to say Killjoy is a little bit more abundantly available for. I personally am a huge fan of Killjoys. I suck at running guns. I suck at duelists, so utility is my favorite friend, and I think Killjoys excel here, right? With the nanoswarms, with the turrets, as well as with the lockdown. All 3 can play so well and can be pivotal for both squads here as they are running it. The only diversity I think we're going to see here is in that Brimstone Rays for Caldwell's side, and for Maryland College Park, we are looking, I believe, at the Omen in KO. No, we're also looking at the Sky. So quite a bit of diversity, a lot more than I expected.
And, to go back to Caldwell briefly, because this was one thing that Matt mentioned even before going into this, that they are basically a Raise one trick, you could say. And they opted to play more of that KO to go into something that is more compositionally sound. At this point, feeling that they can play what they're confident with, what they know very, very lucratively, maybe even potentially why they're going onto this map, even though it might not be something that's typically dominated by a Raise selection, they could still feel very, very powerful in their positional advantage, their entries, their also mainstay to get some showstopper value. There could be an assortment of things as we enter into this pistol round, and curious to see if those kind of adaptations are going to lean into helping Caldwell feel a little bit more confident going in against a team who's already won up in their scoreline.
You can, yes, and with that in mind, we could really see that kind of prep itself for success. Of course, Peter, the carry from last time, we should say, putting up huge numbers. With both of them online, it's now no longer a single battery powerhouse, right? You are looking at that double up, so very, very excited to see. And as you said, the Rays hopefully having some breakout performances. But UMCPG should be aware of this, right? They should be aware of this fact and aware of this Raise. And to pull off some of the Raise maneuvers, you can only go so many different directions, especially on Ascent. So I want to see if they can play it off here. Of course, right now, we can see UMCPG working their way towards Connector and are taking a chance here on A after the default. That yielded no real results, and next is able to take out Peter.
Yep, nice early engagement, finding the better end of this, and since Peter's down, but Reaper still playing that hidden corner that has yielded massive value previously, and is going to look to have this smoke once it vanishes to press out potentially into that open mid position, but there's still a heavy grouping over from UMC by that A long position.
Well fought as well. Again, those are some of the quick adjustments that you really need to make. So Reaper able to slow that one down before anyone got out of control. Does give them a lot of control here, and you can already see UMCPG. They're taking a long time to try and get
30
on site.
seconds
30
left.
seconds is usually what I would say is optimal. Necessary time to be able to get into site without rushing it, and I think this is the appropriate time. Again, Reaper now with that blind in front of them is going to have to work their way around, potentially wait for the rest of the team, as Caldwell are going to look for this retake.
And with the breaking of the door, that's going to give a lot of value and knowledge, but Reaper at least still takes one solely on the shoulders now of that Iron Man position up top. Not able to do anything. Triple kill comes out for Dusty, and that's attack side 1.
Beautifully done there. Again, the opening round by, as you said, the IGL, the captain, the experienced leader here. Dusty laying it in at a 3-0-0. Very, very nicely done. Next and Endless picking up 1 kill each does give them a little bit of pressure for their ultimates as well. So that'll be a nice to carry through. On the flip side, Reaper was a star, or one of the stars, I would say, for Caldwell in game number 1. Had some phenomenal highlight moments, but this time around is sitting with a higher standing at a 2-1. So I hopefully get to see Reaper also have fun with that orbital strike. You know, I do fancy the orbital strike, not because it's totally my name as well.
you know, come see, come saw. There's some relation there, of course.
Yeah.
As you now see next, looking to take this high ground position, waiting for them to push out through this smoke. They know they're there, so they're going to dive in, get the pickup, and now have the numbers advantage as this gets into post plant.
Such a well-timed push. Again, this is UMCPG, understanding that they have the weapon advantage. They know Caldwell should not be pushing too hard. And if they do, I mean, what are you really worried about? You're worried about maybe a sheriff, maybe a shorty. Other than that, you don't have to worry about too much. A double swing is going to net Dusty a 3K. Just like that, UMCPG giving themselves a wide berth of opportunity, carrying 4 weapons over into the eco.
And when we take a look at that entry over by A, it was just so swift and precise. They had that dark cover initially coming out onto the high ground. Next, immediately taking advantage of it, knowing that they will have that positional advantage, waiting until somebody presses out. You didn't see them move out completely, but once they saw that there was a toss of the nanoswarm, they're like, all right, green means go. We're going to take the advantage of this, and we're going to run with it. And from there, it was just a downhill battle.
It's one that's very, very quick to switch as well. This is, you know, it's not like the bunny slopes that you normally see. It's just a straight snowball down a cliff. And you're just like, all right, yep, that's kind of what I expected. So UMCPG made the moves that we expected them to. Of course, Caldwell are going to try and do the same, right? And so far, Caldwell have done the appropriate. They have not lost on their initial gun rounds, even in game number 1 that they played. So hopefully they're able to do it here as well. This should be the chance on the save from UMCPG. They should be able to come back and fight just as well. And I love the fact, yes, I'm so happy about this. Matt is going for the judge. This is old school tactics. This is the most aggressive setup. You see Razes do it. You see Jets do it. If this judge works out, we will be able to see why Matt is a Raze 1 trick, and we get to see the absolute power that the judge holds.
And with us continuing to wade through this tech pause, we're making sure that we have everyone all situated before going any further, since it is now a 2-round win position. This is an opportunity for Caldwell to turn this around with what they have. Still a couple of light armors. So Peter, as you mentioned, also having that close encounter with Matt around this Raze, and is just going to hold this door and see what kind of value it can bring them, as there is a heavy aggression over right into it. So Matt's going to feel really confident, but can't get the shot initially as the jet just bursts through.
And Next was able to actually spray that blind as well. That is not a loss that you want to have. So Caldwell immediately losing 1, and this is going to give a great opportunity for UMCPG to push this action forward. A plant with 1:20 left on the clock means UMCPG have to scramble for an opportunity, and they are flooding the rafters. So this might be a problem for them as they push 3-1 through connector, and that's going to be found out as well. Next, just flying off the handle here. Keep in mind, this is a save round by UMCPG. They are wiping the floor here as Ironman is only able to take one more time, and UMCPG are able to equip themselves with ill-gotten weapons as they take 3 in a row.
And that's a very dominant performance here. You can see why they were able to win that first round, carry that confidence into this one, as though Caldwell has to try and be able to regain some focus on this map that we've not yet seen them perform at. Very aggressive positioning for UMC over towards this A position, which has been very, very cohesive. Their structure in entering onto this and just their synergy as a whole is very, very well thought through. But now they might take a little bit of a redirection. Some nice cover coming out early over by that mid position so that they can try and network through. Next playing hyper aggressive, looking for a couple of shots, but then finally gets Reaper.
Oh. Next going. Go next. Go next. I want to go to the next round. That's exactly what they're saying with that aggressive peak. And at this point, UMCPG have identified that they can do this. And again, this is them keeping tabs of the econ. They know for a fact Caldwell are running with no weapons. The most that they might have is, as you see, that Spectre. And they're working their magic. ZYX, Zix crushing it here on Iron Man's side. Matt hiding with 25 HP. That is not what you want to have happen. Nozomi, of course, going to try their best as well to prep themselves. But Caldwell now in a 2v5 situation as A site is already planted. UMCPG are ready to go to get a massive lead. Kicking off here, Dusty takes a swing, gets one, loses their life, but it's a 1v4. You're still in good position.
Yep, Matt with 25 HP. At this point, just has to hope for any sort of value to potentially hinder some of the gun value that you do have here from UMC. They collapse down below. Paint Shell actually gives them some distancing to get a nice pickup early, but attackers take this now a 4-0, and even looking at what Next has been able to do, and we take a look at the scoreline, how much value they've brought. Dusty also doing the same, and Dusty even commented going into this that if there's anyone that you want to see with the highest skill ceiling, it's going to be Next. So Dusty complimenting them, but still being the one to get the better outcome, at least from their KDA scoring, and really leading this team through quite the victorious rounds.
And I have to give credit where credit is due. As you said, Next and Dusty really powering through. And then at the back end, they have good reliance on the back end, right? These are not agents for Endless, Zix, and Nar that are going to give like a huge, I want to say rivalry for the top of the scoreboard. These are agents that are going to provide the utility for them. There is very rarely opportunities for compositions to be this planned out, right? And this kind of cut and dry. Usually we do see some of those more utility-based, getting those kills, right? Sometimes the Sage is a top fragger, or even the Killjoy is a top fragger. At this point, it is so cut dry, everything. You can see it. Dusty and Next are considered the carries. The utility on the back end is what is granting them that opportunity. It is bolstering their ranks to continue to move forward, and we are going to see more and more of that as this match progresses. Caldwell, of course, going to be trying to do their same. Reaper with an ultimate on hand, but the rest of the members not even close to an ultimate. You can see two charges waiting on Matt, Iron Man waiting on 2, and then 3 for Peter and Nozomi. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle. The most that they have is, of course, the abilities in their back pocket, plus some ample guns.
And this is really to how UMC plays. They are a more methodical, weighted decision type of team that really puts emphasis on these precision decisions. And like you mentioned, those back three, making sure that you can give every inch of value available to both Next and Dusty, that they've really been able to run away with it at this point as we still look to try and get back into this game. I cannot wait to see how they continue to play on this aggressive side to open up these gates, and hopefully at this point that Caldwell can really make a decision or some kind of strategic altercation that can make it go favorable for them to try and get some kind of momentum in this, because again, they've full bought practically. There's only really the single light armor. Everything else has been picked up. So if they lose this round, this is now a even further situation that they are going to be at a deficit, where this will be a higher score for UMC to carry into this round swap later.
And the worst part as well for Caldwell is the fact that UMCPG are going to continue with aggression. They've won the gun round so many times, and they're still winning openers. As Dex takes out Nozomi, they're just going to charge into B, right? There is no chance for them. Peter, though, able to spring around 2. That's going to be the orbital strike coming down. Is not going to clip anyone, but does delay that fight. 3v2 still, though, as Caldwell were not ready for it. UMCPG going to go ahead, get that plan down, and force Caldwell into the retake.
Iron Man in the back goes down, unfortunately. Endless gets the pick up. Now a great blind comes out for a team ace. And that's going to be another round win and a very, very challenging position to be in with Caldwell, as they have to go back into another light or partial buy here.
It should be the save. It should be a complete save, you know, outside of maybe the occasional Marshall in the Spectre. But look at this rush. Again and again, UMCPG have identified the fact that they are going to win opening gun duels. They are going to win those openers. They're going to win at least a 1v1 or potential 1v2. And Caldwell cannot contest. As that is identified, that means UMCPG will continue these rushes until Caldwell will have an answer. And quite honestly, I'm not sure if I do have one. Matt does, though. That's a judge straight to the face of next to Gnar. And that's plenty to work with. Of course, that 2K is now dropped to a 1 as Gnar gets revived here. This is going to be Iron Man coming out of the smoke, and it just doesn't work. UMCPG, go ahead and run them over here on A.
Yep, the excitement dissipates as it's now only 1 remaining, and they are going to continue to hold every corner here from UMCPG. That's, you know, full flash on yourself. That's fine. They weren't worried. They were just playing a little bit.
They tried.
There's now Nozomi in the back with a solo sheriff. At this point, hoping to just get 1, potentially either a weapon upgrade or to at least punish somehow. There's nothing wrong in attempting it as they go for the shot and get 1 with the wallbang. Endless eliminated, but there is going to be a recon bolt to give them insight. You do have Dusty getting the pickup here and another round win.
Well played. And again, UMCPG are on course to be able to take a solid no matter what, because again, they're already on 6 rounds, right? This is a squad that is really prepped. Now you have a little bit more to work with in terms of have the ultimate defense, the ultimate, I want to say, over in Nozomi, and then the ultimate aggressive with the showstopper on that. So these combined can create an opportunity for Caldwell to be able to get a round back. Of course, for them, they're against the Hunter's Fury as that blade from CPG. If they wish to set those down, CPG have already identified that they don't have to worry. They're sitting mid over again. Already has at least sludge under the belt.
Yep. 100% as they are going to now have to draw back slightly since they have been detected. Hunter's Fury, they have to use the updraft to evade the first shot. The second one does land, at least on Gnarl, as there is a aggressive position forward next, actually able to get a huge chunk onto Iron Man, but will be able to escape as Reaper finds a flanking position, taking down 2 and getting a great punishment on that forward position from next.
What a power. As I was saying, see those out for Caldwell is going to find this a little bit more.
One enemy remaining.
Reaper is going to find Reaper.
And now Zix up front into tree is going to attempt to try and find something down below. This is the first opportunity for Caldwell to be able to turn this around, but Zix reducing another. Has 30 seconds remaining as you do have this shadow going to come out, planting it into the corner. Dark cover is there. Double blast pack comes through for Matt to maybe shoot into the darkness as they peek out. Can't find the shots, and Zix comes in with a clutch, a 3 versus 1, and brings them now to a 7-0 scoreline.
What? On Zix with a 4 to boot. That was every single event that you could have right there. Yeah, let's go ahead. Replay here. Zix goes ahead, gets a full play on, immediately sits it up and walks for battle, swings one, weekend, and what a phenomenal play. Being able to clutch it out means that there is a third carry now. As we said, Dusty and next big highlight players. Zix up through.
Well, Peter playing forward and getting a couple takedowns, at least for their sacrifice. As there is an aggression once again by Next. Looking to continue getting pressure underneath, down in hell, maneuvering up to heaven with that updraft to see if they can find Matt, who's just about to peek the corner, gets some damage onto him, and finally eliminates Next. So it's still a 2 for 2, as the lockdown will be placed at the corner.
It's going to be placed, but Nozomi, of course, sitting with only really a pistol to work with. It's a dangerous sight held, and just like that, it's been destroyed. But Matt with the showstopper, as we said, the ultimate that can turn the tides. Is this going to be it? Will Caldwell be able to stop this aggression? No, Dusty! Oh. Dusty swings it. First it was Zix. Now it's Dusty's turn to get a clutch up. What a display.
And there was such a great opportunity there. Matt actually came out really big with the showstopper, managing to get pressure down underneath in hell where they had that paint canister to lock them into the corner, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough for them to get value on top of it. They didn't chip away enough health and couldn't find the angle to get Dusty before they were able to turn that completely around.
And this right here, even with paint shells in your face, You watch, you swing, you fire. 1 and 2. The transfer looked clean, even from the opponent's point of view. So well fought here, but already underway here in the 9th round. UMCPG running it down 4v2 now, as Next is bouncing away to victory. Can you get the knives long range? No, you can't. Next goes on. Well, gotta guess I go with the Spectre now.
Yep, let's just unwrap my present and go continue to wreak havoc. That's the goal here. It doesn't matter how lovely that turquoise and teal wrappering is as Iron Man rotates around, checks the corner, doesn't do a... Oh, actually, there we go. I was worried they weren't going to do a full check, but they do. As now they go back in, by boats passing. There is going to be the drone. The vision quickly coming out, so it's still a 2 versus 1 at the moment. Caldwell is in a desperate position to try and get something on the board. Iron Man, a lot riding on their shoulders, but still goes down by Next in the back, finding the sideline and continuing to grow this lead.
And at this point, UMCPG are cruising here. This is a phenomenal display from Dusty and Next, and they are showing us why they should be feared here. Again, we saw how well Caldwell were able to put up a fight against the likes of Concord. It was 13-7. It was a respectable score. At this point, though, UMCPG are showing that they are leagues above and are looking like shoe-ins as the first seed out of Group A.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where this is a very well-rounded overall just group of individuals that are demonstrating such high level of performance. Next, getting another one. There's a follow-up with Endless coming out of the smoke. They are just going to completely eliminate all on this position. The lockdown will be the nail in the coffin to keep everyone outside. And what a display for a swift, flawless round.
This is crazy to see so far, and again, I'm just... Each member of UMCPG are just running and gunning, and it has not stopped. And this is, again, what I like to see out of teams. Not slowing the pace of the game down at all, right? Once you identify that you're winning these opening rounds, you keep pressing and pressing and pressing because the opponents can't deal with it, and Caldwell have not found a manageable answer. At one point, Matt was the answer. You stood literally in arches in A and just powered through with a shotty, right? That was the answer. At this point, though, it's still 1-for-1 trades, and UMCPG are like, cool, we got the opener. Let's go for the next one. Dusty opens up. Zix is able to follow up, and just like that, it's a 4v2 here in round 11.
Get the quick exploitation of the recon bolt. Now Next going to just dive into the back, and despite them, even if they go down, they still are gaining value. And now it's solely Matt, again, who gets Dusty, but Next is near, just around the corner. Paint canister dropped into window to see if they can maybe get some value into it. Chips away some of the damage, actually finds Next. Matt coming in big here and stepping up to maybe turn this around. It's still a tall task ahead of them. Finds another, gets the third, is the fourth in their sightlines. No, they backstep into tree, and that's where Nar is waiting for them to be walked into the trap.
Oh, Matt did so well, too. It looks so good. And then that was a rude play. Zix was like, we're
Rude
done
awakening. Rude awakening.
To be fair, Zix has also been the one that tried to knife out of a corner. So I fully expected Zix to try and work with a knife and be like, just give me that kill. Just give me that kill with a knife. That's all I want. No disrespect laid out here, though, as we are going to get those ultimates from Caldwell, the Seekers, the Showstopper, as well as the Orbital Strike. We should see all three attempted here. As we can see, just a gun deluge. That is, I mean, they bought out. They made sure they had ammo.
That's what you call riches.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they're still going. Oh my gosh, they're still going.
Do I want this one or this one? This
Listen,
one.
they ran
or
out of
this
bullets.
one?
They shot one from each one so far, I think.
Now the Hunter Fury comes out from UMC, attempting to try and get a pickup. Does find Zomi through the wall, so it is a numbers advantage once again going into this. 3 remaining, aggressively moving on to the point, tossing guns as a display of confidence as they are managing to be able to move in and should be able to get this plant with Matt in the back. Another hope and a dream right in their eyes.
It's a chance, and you don't want to go out without a single round, so they're going to try their best. Matt, of course, prepped and ready with the Phantom. Of course, they are going to be hunted down. It's a 4v1, so you're going to be looking for some. Endless, of course, trying to get every single pistol available back into this site. And I think you got most of it. I think that's about a quarter of what was dropped so far.
Probably. A good variety. Paint canister now going to come through. See if they can get some chip damage. Endless into the corner. Goes for the shots. Can't seem to find it. Gets one in the distance. They're juggling a little bit. Hope they get two. Unfortunately, won't be able to get much more. Matt just coming out and doing everything they can just for fun.
Switching sides.
Very well played again. UMCPG, for all the fun that they had, they are on a rampage here. Next, over 12 rounds, has had 19 frags so far. And for 3 members of this squad to be able to already have a 1.0 KD or higher, or to at least get 1 kill per round, gives us a lot of hope. I'm excited to see them throughout the rest of the tournament. This is a squad that understands what they have to do here and are prepped and ready to go for the rest of the tournament. And I just want to see what else they can do in a best of 3 as well, right? Those matches, I believe, will be going on, I believe, later on in the week. I believe that's actually a Sunday matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is for sure later in the week, but we can find out later as we do have this final match round point. It will be Friday as that next opportunity to enter into this. Nice flash comes out early. Just prevent any entry onto this. Next going to peek the corner. Endless is there, sacrificing themselves and gets one with Matt taking one of their own.
It's a nice little peek, nice little hit, and Caldwell, of course, being able to come out with a fancy round, but hopefully trying to get a bit more. Even though they lost a few, this is the last chance that they got. What are they going to have? Next goes ahead, powers away on Iron Man and makes it a 3 count. Matt Nar is able to finish off Reaper, and that's the clean 13-0 UMCPG. Putting on a clinic here.
And with them being able to take this win back-to-back, now they're feeling very confident to move their way into that spot of being able to gain that land position. But there is still more Valorant action to be had, as we mentioned, later on in the week. And honestly, between the two of them, biggest thing is calling back to what Dusty said. Very methodical, strategic, knowing and weighing their options of how they want to push in onto these points. And unfortunately, Caldwell was not able to stack up in this moment, have a lot of opportunity in the future to work themselves to refining their team. And, you know, even as we said earlier, Matt being newer to the roster has a lot of opportunity to continue growing and developing outside of this area to put forth the effort necessary to be a formidable team as they do, you know, look for other opportunities. And, you know, looking as a whole, when you talked about it, even going into this, we're talking about a almost 500 ACS coming out from Next on this. That just unbelievable high skill level player has really stepped up and showed up for this team.
It's something fun to always talk about, right? And again, this is what I actually love about collegiate is we get very large disparities between a lot of these groups. We get to see players at the top and then players also entering in, and it gives those players that are working their way up a good guideline to work for as well, right? So for Caldwell's side, you were talking about Matt, you know, a player that can excel and a player that can kind of work their way forward. This is an opportunity to kind of sit back and go, okay, so I know exactly what my strengths are after game 1, and I know what I get to work towards after watching that game 2. This is the level that I want to execute a lot of my stuff on, and that's something that I think Caldwell is going to take to heart. Yes, your options are dwindling for entering into the bracket play, but there is much more Valorant to be played in the CECC. There's also the comeback, I believe, tournament later on at the end of this month, or I believe at the beginning of May, that you can try in as well. But you know what to work towards. You know the skill that you want to match later on. Now you get to take those pointers and integrate them into your own style.
Absolutely. And with that being said, that is it for at least us for right now, but there's still more to come, and you will have a lot more action in front of you very shortly, my friends, with more Valorant. So don't go anywhere, because we will be having this exciting gameplay here after this short break.
One enemy remaining. You should run. Spike down B. Spike planted. Last player standing. Clutch. Nowhere to run.
of charge.
Initiated.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me. Hey.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Welcome everyone to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. I am Camel, joined alongside me here is Jag, and we have two incredible best of ones here for you today. First up, it's going to be Maryland College Park going up against Concord. We're going to Haven with Concord starting an attack. I'm excited to see how these two teams duke it out. Definitely two powerhouses in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The group stage, it's been roaring on all day today, and already these two teams have claimed their spot in the playoffs on Friday to figure out who will be going to Atlanta automatically. And I mean, I feel like both of these teams have just had maybe not the easiest walk in the park. It's always a little bit harder to really determine how good a team is based on a best of one, because sometimes it can be map, sometimes just composition. But overall, these score lines have been very impressive. Concord, 13-7 Caldwell, 13-1 over Virginia. Maryland College Park themselves, 13-10 over Virginia, 13-0 over Caldwell. That's a very impressive shutout there. They did not let any rounds get away from them. And with that, it's really just playing for seeding right now. Which, whatever we've already made it in. But this could make a difference maker. Here, getting the first seed, playing the number 2 seed from Group 2 could help you get a little bit closer. So this game does have a bit on the line.
Absolutely. We will see how these two teams want to duke it out going into Agent Select here already. The compositions slowly being formed. Concord is already locked in their entire lineup here of Omen, Chamber, Jet, KO, and the Sova to round things off. And for Maryland College Park, already locking in that Sky, that Chamber, and that Jet. Still two more picks to be had. Not going to talk about them. I don't want to get trolled by the hovers, Jag. You know how it is being doing what we do. But regardless, since Concord has their fully loadout here of agents, talk about them and what you're expecting from this composition.
Well, with the fact that they're running both a KO and a Sova, they're going to be playing a lot of recon to try to figure out where they'll try to play more default, wait for that open, or maybe they'll just be going on to a point of people there. I mean, exactly the same way Sova, is kind of information every few seconds. You figure out where they are, the recon bolt, or with the owl drone. KO is more just like, where someone is in a general area with them being suppressed and silenced. So that's kind of, I think, my idea on attack. They're going to play very, very aggressively. There's a lot of initiation on the other side for Maryland. Both the Sky as well as the Breach will be using a lot of abilities that, are flashes or stuns. So it seems like, they don't have as much information to go off of. But if they do get some information, maybe they just see someone jiggle peek a little bit too much, they'll be able to have a lot of utility to get onto the point with crowd control.
Absolutely, and here we go. We'll see how that crowd control, we'll see how they factor in this best of one here. A lot of adaptation needs to occur quickly if you want to have a chance in this, though this is really for seeding here, so we'll see which one of these teams comes alive at the start of this game. Seeming you see sided push with the spike over in that general direction. Troll maybe will go for a peek over through window where to gain some sort of control, but already it'll be a slow, methodical start here for Concord, not taking any chances, trying to burn some of this utility early on.
Yeah, I expect a recon bolt right away or a 0 point. We'll see which comes out first. It seems like that is going to be the bow locked and loaded. There it is. There's the information. So now they're just going to try to take on to the point. But you see already there's a big rotation coming through.
Go from next. He's able to find one on Mail. Can he find
One enemy remaining.
help out? Find 3 kills and absolutely obliterate the site. And the retake is clean right now for UMCPG, and right now Concord running for the hills. Troll stuck up in garage in a 1v5, and it just completely fell apart, Jack.
Yeah, it did. They did not really fight. They saw one on there, but the rotation was so fast, so clean. The re-engage from Maryland, they were impressive there. And, it's good to get a flawless at the beginning. It's not the end-all, be-all versus other rounds because, odds are they're not going to buy anyway. You're probably going to full buy yourselves here with some Spectres, maybe stick with a Sheriff or 2, but in general, you'll be buying yourself. So, it's not the end of the world to get wiped there. Right now for Maryland on this buy round, I really want to see them not lose more than one person. If they want any chance of contesting the bonus round, when Concord will be able to get a full buy themselves, they have to lose less than 2 people, I'd say, is really the go-to if you want to try to get 3 in a row.
Absolutely. We'll see if that is the case. Already here is the first roll being used. Next, Spallin instantly disappears the chamber. It's good for 1 already. Next, using that Marshal to its fullest effect, grabbing that early kill and potentially gain some space through A-Long if he so chooses. But regardless, the spike is still being left behind. Concord trying to work through mid here, work through some of these extremities, Jag, and clear out this utility. But you see how Concord, they're so scared to go anywhere. They have no idea spots are. They have no idea where these players are. So you're just basically walking potentially into the meat grinder. It's going to maybe be a jet dash or some sort of utility combo to get all sets.
Yeah, and I'd really love to see them play this round how they played the last round, actually. Just run everyone at one site, try to overpower them, because you've got less weaponry, but maybe you can just do it strength and numbers. But at this point, they've played for so long that they've just kind of staggered themselves out. Now they're all going to try to approach this B site, already down 2.
Here is Zix next. Endless all action. Another flawless here for UPG. 2-0, as you expect, and the kills do come through. And, well, Jag, they completed your quest. So
Yeah.
they didn't lose anyone. Now, this is where the bonus becomes interesting. This is where you see maybe an interesting tactic. You reach into the Gucci bag, think of something interesting, but it seems like the things will just play another default. They have those trips mid. They're going to have, actually, Gnar here. Phantom, so he could do some damage if he gets aggressive.
And Gnar can buy here because about 2,000 what you need for a full buy next round. So that might be a bit of a surprise. That might be something they have to work with. But again, like they're at a weapons disadvantage here. They're adding armor disadvantage for sure. So next is probably going to get a headshot with this Marshall if they really want to get that one tap. Unlike last round where a body shot would work. If they win this duel, that's a huge start. But no, they end up losing it. And finally, for the first time in this game, Concord will have the person advantage.
They get their first blood here of this third round, and now they're going to have a bit of idea here of where they want to go. They have that Omen over towards C, just in case it in that direction. Haven's so big, so massive. He can get those rotations off with ease if you so choose, and it seems like that will be the case. They're going to leave, but maybe look to go back. Does Dusty expect this? He does not, and Mail up front, close and personal, will gain that kill and potentially unlock this A site.
Yeah, great advantage right now. Not really taking over the site just yet. Recon Bolt, not going to find any information, but that 0 points is going to be really nice to see them.
Oh, Gnar, this is the player we talked about. Is able to find one kill before going down, and is that enough damage done for UMCPG to get back onto the site? That's the question. A 4v2 is very difficult. Working through these smokes, working through these crosshairs is going to be so tough. Endless is able to find one, but that's all about it. Zix drops down, and in a 3v1, Endless, he's going to have to put on an absolute miracle here to gain this round win. But you like what Concord did, Jag. They were aggressive. They were easy with those rotations. They played a little bit of mind games with UMCPG, and it worked out flawlessly. But Endless still continuing to push forward with this site. Finally, will get taken down with Q grabbing that third kill. Means it's 2-1 in favor of UMCPG.
It's just interesting because the first round they played so fast and furious. In these last rounds, they've slowed it down. They have been able to find some kills just on rotation. In particular, I believe it was Nex was able to, not Nex, excuse me, I think their counterpart Male was able to find some really nice just 1v1s they could take, but they only end up having 2 players at the end of the day. So that means that yes, their economy is not great. As you can see, most of their players are below 1,000 credits. So this is a big round for them. If Concord can't win this one out here, they're going to have a weak economy going forward, which could end up falling down to a 4-1 deficit.
Spike left behind, but Apple Drone will be used in conjunction here with Mail pushing forward. He spots Nex's skull and bludgeons the jet. Good for 1. Can he find 2? He does. So simple, so seamless. Crispy aim from Mail. He's able to find the first 2 kills of this round and give Concord a massive advantage.
The massive advantage. Because this was a very important round, as we just talked about. They didn't really have much to buy off of, so if they're able to win this cleanly and not lose anyone along the way, or only maybe lose 1 or 2 people, the people that did live the round previously can buy for them. So all things looking pretty good.
Dusty, how much can he get done? He won, but it's an earthquake on top of A. Easy kills going the way of Concord. How about a 4v1 situation here is Endless. Will try his damnness to stop some sort of maybe potential push towards himself. Looks like a couple of darts will be lofted over in his general direction. A couple will find their target. But again, Jag, it's the aggression. It seems like Concord are playing with a lot more pace, a lot more confidence, and they're going to be ones. If they're able to win that, especially with the way that they're aiming, it's going to be scary for UMCPG. They're going to have to find some other ways to deal with and push if they want to survive in this game. But fortunately for them, they will save this. And that's all they can really do at the side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's either throw it over the side or just try to run away and hope that no one chases you down. I think the big thing right now is that Concord, yeah, around the head, they are very confident in those 1v1s, and they're firing first. I've noticed a few times we've had the POV of Maryland play, that slight hesitation, that just 1 millisecond of, oh, like, is this really happening? Is there really someone rotating on top of me? Like, I didn't expect this. And then all of that, it just falls away, and they just end up getting their head blown off. And being able to, you know, take those fights first, having good accuracy, having your crosshair on the head already, the crosshair placement, all of it is so important. And I feel like we're seeing kind of a difference of style early on. I feel like Maryland really smart with their team play and really synergized of how they were rotating onto sites on the defense. Concord, they're just finding the early picks now, and they're just rolling off of it. They are being able to find all the success they need from it. But like you said, they still have the operator. No one else can buy here, though, so they're just going with sidearms.
Flash will be used, gives Dusty 1 kill before being traded back. So he'll be good for his first kill of the game, now leading things here. 4v4 situation. Bladestorm is active for next. Eyes on him to really make a play here with the knives. So it will just be Gnar continuing to jump, he continuing to wait out. We'll see a couple of bullets over from Troll. Spike is still left behind, so now Concord, they've reoriented Jag. They've a little bit, playing for another default situation. They know they have the better guns. Very smart here, trying to burn a lot of this utility and look for a safer option towards one of the other sides.
And even though they lose one, they don't give up the weapon. So that's the most important thing. Upgrade yet on the side of Maryland. They do have the Bladestorm, like you said, so we need to keep our eyes out for next to see if they can pop off and do any work with that. Yeah, it's just the operator and 2 sheriffs and 1 classic, which is not going to be very well fought against these Vandals, but maybe if they're able to catch someone off guard, Troll's looking the wrong way, they could find the upgrade from that. But it's really not just about getting the kills, it's really about being able to pick up some weaponry from those kills.
Zix will be good for 1, and still next. Unknown over towards the side, will be able to find Q. Can he find a second? He'll use the Cloud Burst. Shrouded in mystery, trying to get something done here. On to Zix. He's still maintaining his confidence there. Determined is next. He's able to find the kills, 3-2. This Jet, unbelievable. That's what you need to see at this defensive hold.
No shot that just happened, Cam. No freaking shot was that. That is a 3K. Okay, so this first one, that is just a nice duel. That's 1. But then after this, like, you get the headshots, you get the reset, so that's huge. You're paranoid, you get a cloud smoke, you're being pincered, you just use everything you have. You get the weapon upgrade, and somehow you win off of that. The fact that they don't collapse there, Concord, that is a display, and I think that's kind of what I was talking about before, where they're winning in the 1v1s, their mechanics generally have been just as good, if not better. Team synergy is not there. They could have just gone for the 2v1, they never do it.
Elevate on top, over towards B. Here we go, Mail now. He'll use the Bladestorm himself, along with everything in the kitchen sink being used here for Concord to push forward, steadfast going towards B. More aggression there coming out of Mail. He finds the daggers, he shanks every single member. CPG, it's a flawless for Concord, and they take it by the throat. The jugular B is contained. Concord things up at 3-3.
After giving up what was a thrifty round, that's a very nice way to answer. There's no economy for Maryland after they full buy, and you just kind of show up yourself. Mail says, all right, I see what you did next. I'm about to show you what my Jet can do. Gets a 4K when all is said and done. Doesn't buy as well, so their economy personally is looking really nice and healthy, and all things are evened up. And they don't wait. They don't play for default. They just run on to B. They take over the site because they have all of that recon ability that they can use. They have so much information based off of that, and that's what they use to lead themselves to a round win.
We're back here. The same scenario. Will they expect next to be so close? And he opts in to use the dash to get away to safety, but in the meantime, Endless drops on the opposite side of the map over towards Garage. So Concord getting this early lead. Can they find more? They do. Off of the save here, Zevzi will be good for 1 more and leading things into a 5v situation with the Hunter's Fury just as a safety net if they need. But they have, it's only 1 next, has that Vandal back pocket to use. It's going to be another difficult economic situation that UMCPG have put themselves in, as C will be the target. Let's see if they go fast.
Seekers are available here, but I would not use them. I mean, Dusty, you can actually see it, a sliver of health, like maybe 5 or less right now. So there isn't really any point in trying to commit here. At this point, you just try to find spines too. That is dumb thing. But I'm not sure if they can really do much more here, especially because they're found out by the Owl drone. At this point, you're just living, but next could get the ace themselves here. They called the sun, like, oh my goodness, what is going on? But the Seekers, they don't come out.
require an ace right here, right now from next. 7 HP, no dash available here. The plant will come in from Troll. He'll TP away to safety as next. Just a guessing game here. He has no idea where these players are. A ridiculous flick catches the Omen, a 4K for next. And he's looking for it all. Does he spot Troll? He does not. Troll sets his feet, takes aim, and fires next. The miracle ends there, but holy mackerel. Jag, break it down for me. Next is just built different.
Holy wide joy is what I would say to that. Think about if Dusty got that weak, or maybe just didn't peek out that angle, that could have been a huge round. You saw they were trying to go for the Seekers, that ultimate that would stun up or locate where the enemies are located on the side of Concord, but they die in the middle of trying to cast it. They don't get it off, so they still have it for this round. That's a big thing to say, but because of that, Neck caught out while in Garage, gets chunked down by a wallbang shot, and they only have 7 health. You know, so many things went right for Maryland. Last second, the final hour, so many things go wrong, and that second thrifty round will be denied. Good news for them, though. They do have a full buy. They also have 4 ultimates. Concord has 3. I feel like right now what we see for Maryland could be a little bit more advantageous. I'd love to see the Seekers come out.
All the time. Oh, the timing comes in. Endless spots out Mail with the trip, and that's another massive pick here for UMCPG, and they're going to have to use this one to its fullest effect. They have the Seekers available to see them use that sooner rather than later when they think that push is approaching, but the bomb has now been conquered. They have that Hunter's Fury available. They can even go for an Omen TP if they'd like, maybe to the back of the site, maybe towards Heaven if they really want to, but it seems like they're just going to have Troll posted up in mid, looking for a kill here. We'll spot the scout. At least knows where Dusty's location is, and we'll back away to safety. Very slow, methodical push will now lead its way over towards A. The presence of Next will be detected. They at least know where his general location will begin. The Seekers will be used to deny this push from Concord here. Smart strategy with the util, but it's going to be a full rotation, Jack.
Yeah, it does force out time though with this full rotation, so that means they'll not have a lot of time really to set up on this point. It looks like C is the destination, a bit surprising, but I guess with the Omen from the shadows, you can just completely take that over. They know no one is there, which would be a very difficult retake. Endless, they get onto the site, this could be huge.
They have no idea. Endless is good for 1. Can he spot 2? He does, but Troll immediately, absolutely denies any chance there, and now it's going to be Next. He elevates up top. Will spots Dempsey, takes fight 2. That's the question. Troll sealed in the smoke. He is finally taken down by Dusty, who finishes it off and gives the full win over to the defensive side of UMCPG. Back and forth we go, Jag. These two teams so neck and neck.
Producer, before this game started, this could be the match of the evening, of the day, really, because both these teams have been putting on quite a show throughout. And like we already said, both of them already qualified, but this is for pride as well as seeding. Whoever wins this gets top seed in the group, and potentially an easier matchup on Friday for the playoffs to qualify for Atlanta. So there is a lot at stake here. And again, it's the 2 different play styles. I mean, Concord for the first time in a while are down a person, and even though C is completely given up, the way they retake that, I mean, they open it up with the breach utility, they get a stun onto the site, and then they're able to actually hit a really nice paranoia and then use just a very nice blade storm on top of that. It all kind of play hand. You can see that they are very similar to each other's play style.
Well, they spot 2 there through Garage, so he could be the target here as we see Mail pushing up through that general area. Nar will be good for 1. Can he wait on the blinded light, use it there, along with Dusty's help, trying to get another peek, but he's over in mid, doesn't want to take his chances with Troll hawking down to this area. As the spike being left behind, Jag, it means that Concord once again going for the burning of utility, but again, they're in a man disadvantage, and especially considering that's Mail going down, one of your main initiators, one of the main players who have gotten majority of these kills on those entries onto the site. It's going to be tough to get onto. Assuming the Hunter's Fury is going to have to be used if they really want to fully invest. We'll see.
I just feel like they look better when they go for the full rush, like when they just run onto a site and try to take it over. When they try to play for default like this, they play a little bit too scattered, which means even when, you know, they do damage, generally they haven't been able to find trades because of that. Also high for Maryland, so some of that damage can be healed up. And they play like very slow and steady, and you know, it can work out, but I feel like on a map, it's actually probably one of the worst things you can do, because the fact that defenders are already with there being 3 sites, where there's no other map in the game with 3 sites, defenders are already so spread out, like literally take over a site if you get 1 elim, and then it's just a 5v4 as you get back on.
10 seconds left.
It's just going to be an ult here for Gnar if they want to stop this push. It seems like they won't. It's going to go towards A. Plant will go down the nick of time. Troll will be good for one. And now Gnar will use the Rolling Thunder and absolutely take over A. The retake will come through. Here we go for one. Endless another. And this is easy pickings for UMG off the back of the Rolling Thunder. They have one more to deal with. It's Troll. He'll try, but Dusty deals easily. The defuse comes in for PG. They'll pick up the scraps, but it's a 5-4 advantage from side. What a retake in conjunction. Rolling Thunder. Out, and they do.
It's exactly like the last round, really. I mean, they're down a person, but still Concord finds a way onto the point. Merits for the retake, and then nice combination of utility and gets thrown in. They've got a double operator setup. I don't think we talked about that at all, but that is very dangerous and deadly. The comp that Maryland has, a lot of Jet players have moved over to the chamber. They play very similarly in terms of they have kind of ways to get in and out, and they are controlling sight lines. So the fact that they have both sides means we could see a lot of double op setups. Right now, Next is on that next level.
Absolutely. And let's see what he can do here with this op. His name will be watching over for A long, and this time around they're back to this default setup that you didn't really like, Jag, and it's going to be tough. You know, with only one ultimate here, they have the Hunter's Fury. Still, they've had it for a majority of this first half of play, but this double op setup, because Concord, they really loved pushing through these extremities, through C long, through A long. It's really been how they've gotten a majority of this site control. But the fact that Endless, the fact that Next are here with these operators, it's going to be very difficult. And once this Aldrin just come out, the smoke drops. Cap gets capped on the head at the flash out. Didn't expect it. The dash will still come in regardless. C will be taken, but you're in the same situation, Jack. A 5v4, and the retake's going to come through.
No garage control, not looking for the potential for, which isn't happening anyway. The one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about right now is you see that Next is actually in the mini-map, so it's a 4v4, but that's such a nice combination of the stun as well as the paranoia.
The difficulties here for Next, and now Fury will be used to buy some time, but the shots not going to find it there. One more will come in. The flash is there for Q. No idea what to do, and Dusty will be good for one more. 6-4 advantage for UMCPG, and they are not slowing down one bit. Have the Seekers available, Port of Force available, just in case Endless decides to throw the operator off the map. He's got one more just in case, but regardless, Concord, it's so difficult riding on this male train because he's going to run out of steam, and he was able to get those early kills, to get those frags, to get on to A, to get on to B, whatever the case may have been. But now it's getting more and more difficult. The Concord are going to have to different with that KO utility, with that Omen, maybe a TP on the site, whatever the case may be. It's got to be more. It's got to be stacked as 5, just like will be the target here for Male. He's going to try to get an early pick. He does. Nar will fall down. Zix, can he find one? He does. The set has been this is the Concord we wanted to see.
Absolutely. And they're moving in fast. They have not cleared full back of the point. However, they're winning the gun duels, and that is going to be okay. So, it kind of ends before I have to throw it back to you, but this is what I want to see finally happens. It's just a very quick B take. There were ultimates on the side of Maryland, like the Seekers might come out, but Dusty instead tries to take the gun duel, wins one, gets traded out immediately after, and they just hold on to the site. They don't really ever plan it. They actually don't fully clear it either, but they're able to play enough for everyone who's running in from A and C just gets taken out one by one. What's really big about that is because the previous round, Maryland had secured at least a tie at halftime. Concord, the fact that they win that keeps their economy alive. It means they actually have a way to contest this round, because if they had lost that, it would have been 8-4, basically no matter what, unless there's an amazing drifting. Now, this could be 6-6.
Could be 6-6. It'll be off the back of Murray able to do it. 6 will be good for 1, good for 2. Endless destroys Male, and, well, the push ended before it even started. Now it's going to be ASD trying his best, but Endless shuts him down, and, well, we wanted to stack as 5, but it didn't work out there. Jag, break it down.
Yeah, I think if you're ever going to run a 5-stack, it can never be C-long. The angles are just way too good for the defenders, especially knowing that they've been running a double operator. They have a tour de force ready to go, either through garage, mid, or A short. I think those are usually the ways you want to do it. A-long maybe can work if you're able to smoke off heaven, but in general, this is just for snipers And knowing how proficient Maryland has been thus far of it, you got to make sure you're not giving them any chance to have the sight lanes they want. That time they kind of gave it to them for free. And yeah, it was a... They tried to run in also, and I think that worked on B just because there's a lot less room to cover. And one thing I wanted to go back to was I talked about how on one side Concord is more, I guess, recon based, Maryland a little bit more initiation based. KO is an initiator. I mean, that is his role, and he does have stuns, but that's never really been the base of his kit. It's always been about the 0 point. And even with that, like, sure, you do suppress them, it's still not going to stop them from, like, shooting you in the head, you know? So that's why I really like the idea of the breach in the sky in tandem, as well as, honestly, the Omen. Like, that can also pack a punch. There's a lot of just disruption to your vision, and I think that's a big part of why Maryland was so good on the retakes, and I expect it to be even better here on the side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe the one mini interaction we could maybe cap is able to somehow find the 0 point on Endless while he has that Sheriff out, because then you don't get that ability, so you actually switch back to the gun that he had, so that'd be the pistol here for himself. So that could be a mini action we get in this pistol round, but regardless, it's really the only way they could potentially win that 1v1 there, but it's going to be a bit of an aggressive push through window, actually, as May will work his way up through that area. Could be spotted early on, but regardless, actually made his way entirely through that area. Now he's going to get spotted by that trip, forced to back away, has that dash to reorient himself if he so chooses. But UMCPG, they're looking at A. They have two members over towards long trying to push through. They have the spike over in that general area. There's a trip there for Concord to play off of, and I'm assuming Next is just going to dash in, if that is the push. But UMCPG, they back off. They change their mind, and it looks like mid will be the target. Male still over, hunkered down. Sneaking his way through, that 0 point will be used. Endless, the timing. Oh my word, so difficult, Jack. So many angles to watch over.
What's crazy about all this is that really, if there had been a push on to A, it would have been a pretty winnable situation for Maryland. They had only one member currently there, which is the Chamber, but they have not committed at all. It looks like now they're actually going to be going for it at two different angles. You see them looking at A short, and I think the Chamber actually just teleported out, so use the tether to get away with the rendezvous. So that's a free cap. That's a free way to plant the spike. And oh, this is such a good angle from Endless. We'll mail check it.
He checks it all right, and he hits it. Fine there, and that'll be good for one. That's what Concord need. Now it's going to be a 5v4 situation with a flanker to worry about. Never mind, flanker not going to be worried about. Dusty deals with that quickly. A massive flash, will find a couple. Troll is still able to press forward, find one. The same fate for Dusty. He'll be able to trade things back. Still so many angles to watch over, but now it's a 1v3. A 1v2 for Dusty. Can't find enough bullets to find the skulls, and Cap will find the defuse. It will be 7-6 in favor still of UMCPG. This will be the bonus here for Concord. Let's see if they can hold it together, hold down the line, and win this up. Let's see if UMCPG has any nifty tricks up their sleeve for this next round.
So this goes back to winning that one round before the side swap, why it became so important. Because although you were at a deficit going into the halftime, 5-7, you win this next round and all of a sudden you're back at even. You probably give up the bonus round to a one-round differential, but that is much bigger or much better for you than an 8-4. Then even if you got these two rounds, you'd still be down by 2. So that one round win really shifts Concord, makes this a much more minimal situation where they can come back here on this defense. Overall, I think the big thing is the fact that Male won that 1v1. That was really so, and they did get traded out immediately, but the fact that the team had all the information was really good.
Ooh, the Molly is going to shut down long, and with 2 kills already going the way of Concord, they're just going to be stuck up in this general area, and it's going to be very difficult to work their way back into C as the spike. Well, it's a very short distance away, but it feels like a marathon right now for UMCPG. There's really nothing they can do in this scenario, and this is what Concord need to do. They need to find those early kills and now use this man advantage quite nicely, as it's just going to be UMCPG, I imagine, just waiting to the last possible second to push forward. I mean, there's not really much you can do in this situation. Zevsky and along with Cap are just watching this over. It's going to be tough, and as we have 45 seconds, this is, I think, this the round looks like for a majority of it.
Yeah, and I would love to see them push through garage, maybe try to catch someone off guard. There's really no way I think at this point, but just kind of waiting for the round ends, it's actually going to be
30
disadvantageous.
seconds
They do get one. If they actually won't get the death bonus, so they'll have it in their economy. So at this point, it's kind of like run in, see what you can do, and maybe it works out better for you, maybe it doesn't, but you do want to fall here. You do want to give up your life here to help your economy stay nice.
Well, here we go. They will walk in, try to find some kills. Endless can't find one. Next is able to roll. See if he can continue to get things done. We'll dash in to the firing squad of Concord and go down. But that's what he wanted. A team ace for Concord nonetheless. Everyone involved on that second round of play. But regardless, kills coming in. A couple of light shoots. Going to be a little bit easier for UMCPG to find these kills. And they have the Seekers here for Dust. Do you expect this to be with those Seekers? To just say we have the gun advantage, let's try to save the ultimates and try to use it maybe along with the Rolling Thunder in some conjunction? What do you think, Jack?
You know, usually I'd say the latter, save it for round where you know it's going to be an equal buy, but because this goes, maybe you can commit forward anyway, you'll get the Seekers back again later. Advantage you can get in a 7-7 game is huge, so go for it. It doesn't look like that's the play. Trying to go for a B hit right now. Trailblazers are going to lead the way. Once they see that site is basically empty, they're just going to go for it. They might be a little caught off guard by utility there. Well, at least for the moment. But I mean, you look at everyone is on A. If they had actually gone for that plant, they would have had a free point for quite a bit. Now they have to worry about this rotation potentially coming out and surprising them. I think Gnar is watching it, but they just give it up. Now it seems like they might be met right head on by Cap.
They are. Cap is good for one. ZMC just adding insult to injury here, and this is the buy-up here for UMCPG. Everything falling apart. It's going to be, but he gets from the rear. It's Troll who scurry and finds the kill. Look for a gun as well. Everything wrong there for that round for UMCPG. Walk into the meat grinder, Jack.
Timing was so crucial there. If Gnar had held that angle a little bit longer, they probably wouldn't have walked into that fight, not realizing they were about to gunfight. And then also, I think just like, you know, taking advantage of the timing they had. Obviously, they have no idea where the enemy team is, but if you see a site is empty and you're able to clear it out, just go for it at that rate. You have the weapons advantage. You've given up the bonus round. That is a huge thing going against you. And now that Seekers that we talked about, if they had used that, they would have had all the information in the world to play off of. Instead, now they're going to be going for a light buy, and they're down.
Down, and now they're down 3 men as well as UMCPG will once again just walk in here and give their lives over to Concord. They know this round is really all but lost, considering where the spike is now. And Endless, they'll just try to play for some exit frags perhaps and just hope Concord walk over towards him. But it seems like Concord, they understand the situation of this game. They understand how close it is. They don't want to give over their life in a silly way, so they're just going to use the Owl Drone instead. Check the angles. Good TP from Endless. We'll bring them back over to spawn. But it will be Concord, who have really switched things up and have turned new gear. It was looking, you know, both ways over the course of this game. There were some moments where you thought, yeah, maybe UMCPG could have just ran away with this one. Look for that 8-4, but Concord have always stuck in there. They've always stayed around and made things interesting. And now, potentially, unless Endless has something to say about this, we'll have a 2-round advantage over their opponents here, and things looking very, very good for Concord after this one. We'll see what Endless can do here, but regardless, just going to be walking into 2 separate crosshairs at once. Not the greatest idea, but Jack, tell me how you see UMCPG after this Thrifty round, bouncing back in some way, maybe using some utility. What do you need to see them do to come back into this game and tie things up?
You know, I was critical of Concord in their attacking strategy early on, and I feel like Maryland is doing basically the same thing. They are taking very long to get onto sites when they have advantages. I mean, they've only had an advantage one time on attacks. We'll see how that continues, but the round where they had the bye and Concord had to save just what they had, I would have loved to see them play really fast. Go on to A, maybe to C through garage, just whatever the shortest route is, the least amount of sight lines, and don't give, you know, Concord really any chance to win that, because even though Spectres usually do lose out to Phantoms and Vandals, it's not always the case, especially in close range. So you can take a site really quickly and then force them to come into you. It becomes much more tricky to try to win that bonus round out when you have the lighter buy. They just took way too long, didn't use any of the, you know, resources they had, and then they just got completely caught off guard. The rotation from Concord was immaculate. I said before, you know, Concord, a little bit more mechanically based, a little bit less team focused. This defense, it feels like they've really been upping the team play. And I think what we just saw there on that last round was part of it. They lost one. They said, hey, you know, there's a headhunter out there. You never know what can happen with a chamber. Let's not take the risk. Let's just play the spike. Let's not chase for this elimination. Probably come to us at the end of the day anyway. That's what happens. They only lose one in all of it. Keep their economy, for the most part, pretty nice. Just really disciplined, really well played. And if they keep this up, they might be able to snowball this economy and this lead all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it should be easy for UMCPG to get onto site. I mean, you have a breach, you have a sky, you'd think, right? You'd think it would be the easiest thing in the world, but Concord, they've always found ways, and credit that potentially just UMCPG not trusting themselves. Now it's going to be a 5-stack. This is what you want to see at a UMCPG with the double flashes. But Troll has other ideas. We'll take down Dusty. That's one of the flashers gone. One of the initiators gone for UMCPG. Nexus put himself in a decent spot, but the spike will be planted down. And UMCPG, it's a must-win for them. As here we go. There's the KO ultimate being used here. Cap will drop down along with Troll. Good trade back for Concord. Means it's going to be a 4v3 technically, but Zix, he'll try his damnedest. He finds 3 kills. A ridiculous flick over. Saves the round in favor of UMCPG. Concord had a chance, but the chance is gone. UMCPG bounced back in a big way.
All right, thank you, production. I was about to ask, can we please have a replay of that? Because that is one of the snarliest plays I've ever seen. Just the flick was incredible. They are blinded for a bit of that. There's one. There's two. How do you even see that out of the corner of your eye? 30 health, the headshot turn. Zick just absolutely keeping Maryland alive in this series. If they lost that one out, like you said, it would have been not quite a death sentence, but double digits almost would have been in the, oh no, it would have been definitely guaranteed for Concord. Maybe even more than that. Now Maryland, they can buy here on that win, and they still have 2 ultimates to their name. That was a huge round that could shift all the momentum their way.
Huge round. Pivotal here for the second half of playing. UMCPG looking to move through Garage and try to get something done here. Mail will be good for 1. Long-range logistics for Mail. He finds 2 kills out of it. Takes down Dusty, takes down Next, and Concord doing a much better job in this round here, Jack, and just winning their 1v1s. They win them there, and it's going to be a 5v2. Difficult for UMCPG to bounce back into this one. They do have that TP available, but I doubt you're using this one in a 2v5. And I mean, that really just seems like the difference here, as Zix will scrape together a kill onto Cap, but it just seems like Concord, you know, sometimes they're winning these 1v1s, sometimes they're not, and that really has been the difference maker. You know, Concord love this team play. They've continued it all day long, but this time around, it will be UMCPG going back over towards A, looking to get a free site take. We'll see if they can, but Troll's still waiting over with this op, and we'll find his first kill.
I mean, I feel like the team play has really stepped up from attack to defense. I feel like on the defensive side, on the attacking side for Concord, it's a little bit more just like run and gun. The way they've been holding these sites, the way they've been playing angles, and the way they haven't rotated, like I really like that. You see that they're not instantly moving on to a different site when there's any sort of noise or interaction that's been happening. I mean, Troll was on that A site basically the entire time, just waiting for a potential rotation. And with the tour de force locked and loaded, ready to go, absolutely just deletes everyone who's left from Maryland. It just feels like they know exactly how to play this defense, and they are making it work so well. They have gone double digits, which means 3 more rounds, and they win this best of 1. They get that #1 seed.
One there. Oh man, that is rough. Really rough there for Mail. We've all been there before. Don't worry, bro. It's all good. 5-4 here for UMCPG is a gun upgrade for Gnarl. We'll see if he can get something done here. And with that breach utility, with those flashes, it's a free admission on towards A, but the spike's over towards C. So it's all a bait and switch here. It's all a ruse, Jag, and it's worked wonders for UMCPG.
The Mirage has set in, and while they have found advantages on the site, it seems like it doesn't really seem like Maryland knows what to do right now, because, I mean, the spike has been played at C. How do we get into this? There's still someone rotating through the back of A, and defenders spawn. Like, this is just all over the place. It's looking great right now for Concord. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though.
There's the trade for Next. Dusty gets involved as well. Now it's going to be a bit of a difficult spot for Troll with this operator. He's been stuck on automatic for a majority of this game. This time around, though, just too many angles and too many players that are shooting at him. So UMCPG pick up their 9th round victory, and it's been Concord for a majority of this second half. UMCPG have found ways to get their act together. It's a few rounds there, a few rounds here, and we'll see now next. I imagine he will just look for maybe a full shield and just go for the knives if he wants. I don't think he has enough, so it looks like that'll be the case. Yeah, I'll just go for the knives, let the eco be in a bit of a better spot next time around. So I'm expecting the Rolling Thunder along with the Blade Storm here, Jag. It's got to work. It's got to be nice for UMCPG. 9-10 situation with next having this Blade Storm, but it's spotted. Oh, it's rough.
It's only going to be offline for another 2 seconds, so they will get it back. Now they have it, so it's not going to be like the KO Ultimate, the Null Command, where it's going to be just consistently silencing them over and over again. So that's the good thing. I mean, we saw it next time with these Blade Storms. That triple kill, one of the greatest plays I have seen in a while. Wow, paranoid. But so far, no fights to be had. You know, they say never bring a knife to a gunfight. I think any Jet player would disagree with that statement. They have the sight. Have positioning. They have not gotten that plant down. There it finally is. And oh, Troll at the last second pulls away from, I believe, their operator. And then that just leaves them completely vulnerable.
Brutal timing right there. And that could cost them big. It's a 3v4 and just safe. They're not confident. The Rolling Thunder's available. You still have the Blade Storm active. I think this is smart.
It is
from
running
Concord.
away.
Yeah, this is smart. I mean, 9-10 situation. You're going to tie things up. So it's not the end of the world for Concord. You can lose this round and you'll still be at 9-10. They want to keep the guns. They understand how difficult it's been to really keep their economy for a majority of this game. They don't want to deal with the situation like they did in the first half where they were just struggling to even buy guns. So they'll have the Blade Storm ready for mail next time around if they want to go for an aggressive play of their own. But Rolling Thunder not even invested for UMCPG. They'll have that for the next push if they want to. So all things considered, it's a good save for Concord. It's a good start for UMCPG. Both sides getting really what they wanted, I think.
That's a big coin toss, I think, for Concord. I'm not so sure if I agree with that save, honestly. I do see that there are some lower economy, so I think that Mail's gonna have to go for the Blade Storm like we talked about. I guess it's the play to make there, but it's just so close score wise, and considering it's a best of one, there's very little margin for error here. So maybe they force that 3v4, it works out and they're able to secure a round that they shouldn't win. They do decide to just play for this round instead. They lose this one though, and there will be a little bit of money left over. I think they will be able to mostly buy next round, but already have lost Mail, and that Blade Storm is off the table.
I think he bought. That was a Vandal I saw. So
Was
I mean,
it?
I don't.
Ooh.
I love a.
I think
a
someone
tab
bought
when
for
we
them.
get the chance. Oh,
I think
okay.
it was their KO that bought for them, if I remember correctly. But we'll have to see what that looks like, as this round is still going on. And despite that first pick, Maryland, they're not committing to this site just yet. I mean, could you imagine if they go for another just switcheroo right here?
I mean, they don't have the TP for themselves here. So they do have the Rolling Thunder and the Tour de Force. That's about it. So we'll see what the idea is. There's the smokes, and here we go. Sebzy in a really, really difficult situation, but he has his teammates for backup. Nar will be good for 2. Can he make it 3? He does. Swiftly anticipating and finding his way onto the site. He'll find every kill he needs for UMCPG to gain control, gain autonomy over the site. Control in a 1v2 situation. He's got the op. It's not the best gun to have in this circumstance, and they know it. Endless scores away and hits. He'll find the 11th round win for UMCPG, and the save doesn't work out well. And Concord 11-10 here. Backs are against the wall. They're going to have to win this round unless they want this to go to match point for UMCPG.
Can we just talk about how good these fault lines have been for Nar? I mean,
Yeah.
not at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to kills, but the assists. That has been really the big thing. So many times with those fault lines, the aftershock, the flashpoint, they've just been there when they needed to be. They've either created situations where they get the final blow or the teammate's able to be set up for it. Just absolute understanding of how to play that. Just honestly, I don't know if that's luck or skill, knowing that the chamber is going to come through there. But regardless, just perfect placement. In Maryland, they are in such a good spot to win this now. Concord does have a bye here. So they won't. It means they'll be down to probably just a force buy, whatever they have left. They'll spend in an attempt to make sure they don't lose this series. Maryland, they have completely turned around. It looked like Concord had all the momentum on this defense, and suddenly the door has been opened wide again for UMCPG.
Kill there for Troll. Maybe make it 2. He's flashed there to low next to slide in, grab the kill for a good trade. 4v4 situation for both of these sides. Even footing across the board and balanced situation for the first time in what feels like a while. It's been very hectic over the last couple of rounds, but this time it'll be a bit of a slower affair. Both teams trying to reconsider their options, try to burn some util wherever they can. The margin for error has been so small, and next, a little bit too antsy, will get shut down. The main duelist here, the main initiator towards one of these sites, Jag, is gone. Now UMCPG, they're going to have to find another avenue to get onto one of these sites. It's going to be very difficult as they're hunkered down and B, looking for options.
Do you commit ultimates here? You have the Tour de Force. Probably not that, but the Rolling Thunder could be thrown out here to try to either equalize or just take over a site. No loss. He's going to run through. He's not going to be seen out, but they lose the duel. That is so big. And this could be one. It's a 2v1. All of a sudden, what has happened? 1v1.
1v1 situation. Spike needs to be planted. He should have just enough time, and he does. It's Zix. It's Cap. A 1v1. He's flashed. It doesn't matter. Cap, he finds the headshot. He finds the kill. And the 11th round win for Concord. It was almost scary. It was almost very scary. We almost entered a whiff montage territory, Jag, but we got through it. Concord got through it, I should say. It's okay. It's okay. Now ASD.
Breathe.
It's okay. Breathe. Get through it. There's always next round. There's always next round.
Cap flashed themselves. That's the one thing we have to talk about. That was their own flash that went out, and I feel like we see that more of KO than any other character. Maybe Phoenix, but Phoenix has not been played in what feels like a millennia. So they flashed themselves, still find the elimination, and it helps because Zix is already at 30 health. So really, just one shot is all you need to get the job done. But very crucial clutch play there. 11-11. How many times have we seen this game tied up? I think this is the third or fourth time now. These teams are just so even-footed, and we haven't seen the teams from Group B yet. But just watching this game, I mean, this could be a rematch that we see in the grand finals if all things play out, and I hope so, because, man, are these two teams good.
These two teams are so evenly matched here. Seekers will be spawned in for UMCPG, and that'll allow a bit of intel going their way, but the spike is down instantaneously. There the shock darts fly. Average Jonas fan clearly as Concord will try to retake the site the best they can. Cap has the flashes available. Just one, assuming he's going to wait for that 0.4 seconds here for the potential retake for Concord. Bladestorm is active and ready. They look to check Hill first. They do. There's the first flash from Cap. He'll peek out of that one. Endless still firing off. The Tour de Force looking for a lucky kill inside. There's the drop for Cap. He can't spot Zix. Nex is good for 2 on his own. And it looks like the retake has been unsuccessful for Concord. Every duel is lost, and it will be the round going the way of UMCPG. Flawless victory in the round that really mattered the most here. Match point for the attacking side.
Maryland, they started off tonight with a flawless round here on stream in our matchup, and then they might get the penultimate round with one just the same. And I said before, wasn't that big of a deal because, at the end of the day, it's just a pistol round. But here, that is huge and critical. As you see this buy, it is just non-existent for Concord. They will have a Tour de Force, forced out by Troll as well with a Shorty. But, I mean, a Sheriff, a Marshal, that is not what you want to see in what is such a pivotal and possibly game-defining round. Maryland, they have everything. Everyone stayed alive. And now they're looking for that final nail in the coffin to secure that #1 seed from Group A.
You're looking at Mail. You're looking at Troll to step up here in a big way. This shot has to go his way, and it does. Nar falls. There's no revive here. Nothing of that nature. So it's a 5v4 situation for Concord. And you see how cautious they're playing things out. This trip will act as a 6th man here for Concord. If B is the target. We haven't seen the dash play yet, but next will work their way onto the site along with the rest of the members of UMCPG. Spike will go down. And then a 5v4. Let's see how the Concord retake looks. It's all on the shoulders of these players with the gun advantage who actually have a chance here. Troll, Mail could really get things done. There's the first 0 point being used. Here comes the push towards the site. Zix is good for 1. Can he spot 2? Dusty finds the other. And here come the kills pouring in. But Troll is able to find the 3K somehow, some way. Mail in a 1v1 here with Endless. But it doesn't matter. The retake is not successful. The trades are good for UMCPG. The attacking side wins at 13-11. We expected it, Jag, to be back and forth the whole series long, and it was. It delivered. 13-11 was the final score there. UMCPG eking out the victory just barely. But I think this is a great example of two really phenomenal teams who use that utility exceptionally well. We're able to rotate off each other's plays and adapt, I think, over the course of that game to a really high degree.
I think in general, honestly, if you look at that game, if there was an initiator on the side of Concord, this might be a completely different series. The fact that they really didn't have any crowd control to utilize besides their paranoia, I think cost them a little bit. I mean, you do have the 0 point, and sure, that is crowd control in a different way where you silence the abilities, you suppress them. So it's just really gunplay at that point. But if you're at this level, if you're in this tournament, you're playing to a pretty high degree already. So no 1v1 is guaranteed ever. But still, despite a composition which I think, was missing a few pieces, they played as close as they could in regulation to Maryland. I thought that actually might go to overtime, especially that opening pick. They just didn't have the weaponry at the end. They just didn't have a bye. If that was an equal bye, I think we go to 12-12. I think we see a few extra rounds. But the good news for both these teams is that they will be moving on anyway, as we talked about before. Both of them are moving on to playoffs. And if this is a best of 3 series down the line, best of 5, like, who knows how this goes? It could have a very, very different result if there's more maps to play.
Absolutely, Jack. Well, hopefully we will see the same type of matchup, the same close combat, the same close game throughout in our next matchup of the day. We're going to go to a quick break before then. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, C. Flawless.
Pardon, monsieur.
Spike down, A. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining. Spike down, B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down, C. Team Ace. Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down, C. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I am not cleaning this up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Mid-Atlantic Invitational. We have West Virginia versus Rutgers coming up next. I am Camel. Joined alongside me is Jag. Once again, it's our beloved Haven, Jag. I know how much you love back-to-back maps. So, honestly, it'll be interesting to see how these two teams change up their strategies as opposed to the previous game we just saw. But looking around in the lobby, it seems like everyone's immortal, radiant, that type of rank. So this should be a very competitive, very close game, unless I just jinx it. So hopefully we get to see a very intense contest between these two squads.
You already cast a curse even before we started the match. Congratulations, Campbell. It
course.
has to be a world record. But I mean,
to.
honestly, the thing is, in the last matchup, we had an expectation of how those two teams would perform because they'd already played 2 matches throughout the day. They'd played in the group stage. It's a very similar circumstance in this matchup, but very different kind of ways of getting there. Both these teams have already qualified for the playoffs that's going to happen on Friday. This is for seeding, first versus second seed. Neither of these teams have played today. Unfortunately, due to some issues, the other teams that were in Group B had to forfeit. So West Virginia and Rutgers kind of qualified automatically. So we don't know what to expect. That's the truth of the matter. Like you said, very high elo players. So this should be a good matchup. I think Sora is the one player we're going to be looking out for. That's the one who has been confirmed Radiant by production. But other than that, like, there's a lot of question marks about what we could see out here. I don't think it's going to be the same compositions we just saw. I feel like you're probably not going to see double initiator setups like we saw in the previous game. I don't feel like we'll see double recon potentially. I think I'm really intrigued about how these teams decide to switch it up because, like you said, it is the same map back to back, but no two teams like to play it alike. So we should see a lot of differences in kind of not just compositions but also play style.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I saw the Neon Supremacy today with VCT. I saw Optic pop off. I need to see Neon on Haven. It's a large map. You get the extra move speed. You can really run fast. You can go rampant on the enemy team. Along with the Brim Stim, I mean, you got a pretty sick combo right there. So potentially that's a way these teams could go. It'll be interesting to see what they do end up going for. Maybe that Chamber is another route they want to take along with that Jet. That double operator has been very powerful, at least in that first game that we saw. Remember, still a best of one for everyone in chat who is wondering. So not a lot of adaptation you can really have towards your opponent. You got to think quick on your feet. But we should be close to get into the game, just waiting on production to give us the okay that all the players have joined up. But regardless, just be waiting a little bit longer. We'll see what does happen. Anything else you're expecting? Anything else you want to see personally, Jag, as we head into Haven? Any picks that you personally like?
I mean, I do really like a Sky and a KO in tandem. I think that healing is very important on a map like Haven just because it's very spread out. So sometimes you'll have teams that try to like put players all over the map and then they try to like reconvene and then you can get that massive AoE heal. And then I think that just KO is really great for initiation. So you combine the Guiding Light with the 0 point and it's just chef's kiss. A little bit different than what we saw in the previous game, a little bit more towards what we've seen in pro play today. And, I was very happy that Optic One just got to put that out there as someone that works for MD/Optic. I want to talk about that Neon pick actually a little bit more because I think it's something that's very unexpected. But if you can make it work, you can make it work very well. Everyone's like, Valorant's a tactical shooter. You can't run and gun. Why do I keep getting walking headshot by the Vandal? Please, Riot, tell me. But I think Neon is kind of like the ultimate run and gun character in a game that a lot of the time you're playing angles, but we saw today in that Optic Gaming matchup, Victor use it very, very well. That pick was just catching Zarya off guard so often because you usually just don't expect someone to run up to you like that or just have positioning way too far forward that a normal character could not get because they don't have the ability to run like Neon does. So I'm not expecting it. I feel like in the past, the double duelist setup usually was of Reyna, but Chamber's kind of taken over that secondary duelist role on this map. So I'm expecting Jet and Chamber if we do see, double duelist-like composition come out. But Neon, I don't know if it's going to come out today, but that'd be so cool if it did. I think there's a lot of interesting plays you can do where you play just really fast and furious, especially combo that with a KO and either a Breach or a Sky, just flash them into oblivion and then just run and gun right up on them. Oh man, that could be a deadly force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and I think, because we're in a situation here where both these teams are qualifying regardless of the outcome, I think you have that sort of leeway and have that sort of space to play whatever you want to, expand your agent pool, expand your strategies that you do want to employ against your opponents later on in this tournament when it starts to become a playoff situation, when the stakes are a lot higher and money is on the line. But regardless, we'll just wait and see. Seems like everyone is ready to go. I think just waiting on 1 or 2 more people, but as soon as they are ready, we will bring it into the game here for Haven. But regardless, seems like one player's in the range, Jag, and I hate to see it. You have to get the aim training in. You have to get the aim labs in. You need the Kovacs plus range combo. So as soon as that player is all good to go, it's probably Sora. He wants to make sure he doesn't throw the bread here. He is the only Radiant in this lobby. So it would be a travesty if he does end up not performing, because we're expecting so much from him just in terms of how this lobby is formed out. But regardless, just waiting, seeing what can happen. Is in the most important part of this game. Obviously, seeding does play a role, but it looks like we are here going into Aiden Select, and can't wait to see what these guys pick, Jack.
Yeah, and I don't let Riot hear you say Kovacs. I'm pretty sure Aim Lab is the official sponsor of VCT, but regardless, yeah, it looks like we should be getting into this pretty shortly. And one thing to remember, what is on the line here, if you make it into the top 4, which all the teams that we have seen today have, or at least you and I have seen today have. But beyond that, I mean, there is still a lot on the line. $1,000 in scholarship money, $500 second place, and the winner is qualified for the Atlanta LAN May 7th through 8th. I mean, that is going to be the best of the best in the country together, potentially for the first time in 2 years from Collegiate on the same server. That is where you want to be. That is what you want to prove here today. And, well, we might see a little bit more funny business, because like we talked about before, you might not want to show your full cards in a match that's, really just for do you get first or second seed. There isn't a ton on the line. And there's more VODs on the teams you could potentially be playing, because I do believe the other teams have been on our screens already before the match that you and I broadcasted. I think there were 2 others, and I believe at least one of them included the teams that we got to just see. But regardless, we're going into this Asian Select, and there is no Neon, so that is off the table. But I feel like what we're seeing from West Virginia is a very standard composition, and one player that I know very well actually is Jay Chronic, one of the most well-renowned Sovas in the entirety of not only Collegiate, but also like the tier 2 scene in Valorant. This guy can pop off, so I'm really intrigued to see how they make the Sova pick work here, and if we can see the usual performances we expect from Jay Chronic.
I'm hoping it too, because he was hovering Neon. He was teasing me the whole Agent Select. Cool. I was waiting to talk about it, but swaps over to the boring Sova picks, and now we got to deal with all these dart shenanigans.
Wait, hold on.
Lineup.
I gotta ask you. Are you a Sova hater too? Because I work with Sepulence a lot, and he hates Sova. Are you in that club?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with the light-up Larrys in chat. Give me the angles. Yeah. Yeah, you have to deal with it. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if Jay Chronic can change my mind, or if almost can change my mind here in the Sova gameplay. But regardless, let's see if Rutgers has any ideas here. But it seems like a tech pause will come out here for one of these teams. Don't know really what the issue is, but we're going to get it resolved as possible. But just icing the kicker. Just icing the kicker. Jag, obviously, just waiting. West Virginia, clearly. Just 200 IQ. If this is their pause, they're trying to burn Rutgers out, clearly. But regardless, we'll see if Rutgers has any sort of strategies on these pistol rounds. We saw different strategies last time around. We saw, defaults. We saw 5-stack pushes. We saw a multitude of things. So it'll be interesting to see what Rutgers do this time around in the pistol round.
I haven't seen a Killjoy in forever on Haven, so they're going to use this probably for post-plant or for just stopping rotation, depending on where they put that turret. As you see, there is going to be a very aggressive push out from C long from the defenders, maybe also a little bit in garage. But this is a B push for sure from the attackers. That lineup was almost perfect there for almost, but they did not shoot. They do get the first frag, but it's traded out, and through the paranoia, it looks like they've actually rotated all the way around to C. This is amazing. This is such a smart play from Rutgers.
Really smart play from Rutgers, using the entire map to their advantage. And for West Virginia, you're now in a 2v3 situation. It's going to be very difficult to work your way back in towards this site. But that's a great start for Sora. He'll spot Ivan and take off his head. Good for one there. A 2v2 situation for Rutgers with the spike down. They'll meander their way back up through garage into window. And Sora, does he have any idea? Let's see it. Here's the peek around. The spike is planted for them. And Kwanzi, he'll spot down Sora, take him down. A 2v1 situation for Black Coffee. It's going to be very difficult here with 43 HP and a dash to his name. He's spotted. There's the second tap, but Rutgers, they're playing it smart. They know exactly what they have to do in this situation. It will be 1-for-1. Easy stuff there for Kwanzi. Gets the trade, gets the round win for Rutgers. A great start to this best of one.
Yeah, and even if they had been able to get the 2 eliminations. I don't think there was enough time. I think that's what Rutgers was doing. They were playing for the spike to start going into panic mode when it just speeds up its BPM, its beat per minute, and at that point it was going off no matter what. They did it twice. How did they do it twice where they rotate all the way around the defenders? First time it's through B, second time they do it through Garage. They just continue to rotate all the way around West Virginia. They have no idea where it's coming from. On the back of that, they take what was a very close pistol round overall, but just isn't a go their way. Now they get the spoils from the round win. They get the Spectres. West Virginia, they're going to be stuck with the Classics. And this should be another round win for Rutgers unless something goes horribly wrong.
I have the spike.
Yeah. Have to be a massive hole in the ship. Finn will be good for 1, taking down Fruta. Somehow, some way, no trade is acquired. So Finn, he'll work his way back over towards B with the rest of his team. But C, once again, will be exposed and free. Plant will go down in the default area. See if we have a lineup here. This will really be the first test for the Sova here. See what we can have. But regardless, once again, Rutgers, they're going to play for time. They have a 4v5. So for West Virginia, it's about playing off of each other's contact and looking for these trades.
Trades not to be found yet. I mean, they do have a numbers advantage. That's something to work with, but that dash on the point, maybe a little bit ill-advised. Cloud smoke thrown out. I think it wasn't landed after the dash went through, and that's just going to be them running through the rest of West Virginia. So 1 kill found, but not much else. Very solid second round going their way, but this is the one that West Virginia, we expect them to get back. However, Sora, notably, cannot buy full armor. So that could be a huge difference maker. Yvonne, the one that falls, has to make a decision. Do you buy a little bit here, or do you just save for the equalizer round? It looks like they're going to be going for an Ares. I don't think they're going to have enough for a full buy. This is a very risky play to buy here. A Spectre, I mean, it's basically around the same price. I think the smart thing here is really just to stick with the Classic and accept this is probably a round loss, but Ares is secured at the last second, so they are going to try to win this one despite being at a weapons disadvantage.
This is going to be tough. See how the push plays out. It's up to Finn to really find some here through the smoke. Can't do, but the plant will go down instantaneously for Kwanzi. They're going to get the hell out of dodge here on top of B. You see all the players now scurrying away and creating space. Garage, Apple Drone will be used by West Virginia, but they get the plant down fast. They know they're at a gun disadvantage, and they know they don't want to take these 1-for-1s up close and personal, so they're going to play off this smoke. They're going to play for this spike. Great strategy by Rutgers. Let's see what West Virginia can do with this utility to gain some sort of space through mid.
Despite the weapon advantage, they're not able to take the site, the Nano Swarm. It's going to help stop the defuse. Yvonne buying the Ares might actually be what they needed.
One enemy remaining.
It's looking good. It's looking great.
Remaining.
2v1. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1. Jay Chronic, but doesn't have enough time.
Wow.
Has to leave, and that's the pop-off potential that Jay Chronic has. They don't even get out. They lose the Vandal and almost also falls, but the difference is that that was a full buy from West Virginia. Rutgers, they just kept what they had except Yvonne. So for almost, it's like, hey, I'll take the death there. I'll take the bonus from getting all of that, and they get the full buy. That's 3 rounds in a row for Rutgers. Oh my goodness. Camel, they are looking so phenomenal early on.
The Ares, the utility, the mollies, so much to work through for West Virginia. They can't do it. And by the skin of their teeth, they are able to find Jay Chronic, who just barely dies to the spike explosion. Won't have that gun. We saw he got a 4K there, just ran out of ammo. That was actually disgusting, but he wasn't able to finish it off. Just unfortunate. And out of bullets he had, so they're now going to take these guns back over towards spawn. Don't want to give these up to any unsuspecting player of West Virginia that could walk by. They'll just throw it off the map, but meanwhile, still a lot of brawling occurring out throughout this game. A couple of trades going the way of Rutgers, who have now put themselves in a 3v1 after all that, and A site will be completely exposed, and Rutgers look to sanitize and get the plant down, and West Virginia back in another situation, man disadvantage, a sliver of HP for this chamber. Kwanzi, look at his, 5th plant of the game, it feels like, for this guy. He's always been on this, and he'll have the TP as well because of it. 7 HP for Sora and a Dream. This looks to go back over to the site, but Jack, I have to ask, since this round's going to be very difficult for Sora, and he'll be very slow on this, how do you see West Virginia, playing a little bit, is it the caution that they're playing with? Is it the fact that they're not, respecting Rutgers enough? What do you need to see them do to bounce back?
No, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you right now. I'm trying to figure that out in my head, and I just think right now it's Rutgers out-tempoing them. And it's not always been, just running at the site. They have had a few different plays of how they got there. I'm still thinking about that pistol round, how they just out-rotated them after what was a fake towards B, essentially, that turned into a C push. They just seem to be really, really in sync right now. They are playing wherever West Virginia isn't, or they're winning the battles quick enough where they can just take over a site, and West Virginia just isn't able to rotate onto them quick enough. I think one thing is that West Virginia, honestly, I would say maybe give up the site for now and just let the full rotation come in. Don't try to retake when it's a 5v3, or try to take that fight when it's a 5v2, whatever the numbers are. It's been very difficult for them to win out in these gunfights so far, and I think Sora and J Chronic has to be really your muscle, and usually have not been there when needed.
Oh, through the smoke, Yvonne, he's good for one, takes down Black Coffee, good espresso shot there towards the West Virginia duelist, and it just feels like West Virginia, they're doing too much. You don't need to be pushed up that far, especially how the rounds have been going 4-0. I know you want to try to do something, but you're on defense. Let the play come to them. You have the Sova ultimate, you have the Hunter's Fury to play off of that, you have the Tour de Force to play for time, agility. Can he be good for one? That's the question. The speakers will spot him out. He will be able to find Fruta for almost. And now A site, once again for Rutgers, will be the target. Let's see if they fully commit, because they still have 50 seconds to rotate off if they so choose, but it seems like A will be the said target. Here comes the push on for Ivan. The rest of the team looking to gain some space. It's going to be a bit difficult here as Jay Chronic and Finn will scrape together 2 kills. We're already in a 2v1 situation. Through the smoke goes Finn along with Ivan. A 3K for the chamber is pure. In the 5th round for Rutgers, almost gets the plant down as well for some extra cash. But Rutgers, like you said, out-tempoing, out-gunning, and out-running West Virginia. And there, it just felt like a complete lack of respect. I mean, you're pushing that far up too long. If you don't get that play working, it's never going to happen for you. Yeah, they do get one, but that's not enough.
And one thing to think about is that this has not been a squeaky clean attack from Rutgers. They're winning around 5-0, but they are not getting flawless, as they are usually losing 2 to 3 people along the way, which means they're super healthy. I mean, you look at Beast 2 Hype, and they're at 100 credits right now. So it's not like this is an impenetrable economy that's been built up after Rutgers has just been running over West Virginia, because that's not the case. They're just winning out early, and it's been hard for anything from West Virginia. That's a trade, but Weapon's still going to be an advantage of Rutgers. Like, I think you brought up a really good point before, where it's like they don't have to make these plays. They don't have to be doing everything at once. I think they're getting a little impatient early on, maybe a little bit worried that if they're not going for those big plays, this series is going to fall out of their hands really quickly. Sometimes all you got to do is sit back, relax, and just let them run into your crosshair. You don't have to be the one pushing up to them.
Another gun will be thrown into the abyss here, trying to contain some of this economy. 4v4 situation, like you said. 3 ultimates here for both sides. Jake Chronic, he'll use Thunder's Fury first, take down Qualmsy from downtown, but Yvonne trades it over to Finn. V3 situation, and now Rutgers, they have the idea of where they want to go with that Hunter's Fury, with that Tour de Force. Plenty of avenues here for Rutgers. If they're able to get that plant down, that'll be the go signal to look for these lineups. Look for this Sova along with this KJ play, because you have the stalling power. You have the double mollies. You have the Sova darts to your advantage. It could be very simple, but agility, along with the rest of West Virginia, will hold strong towards C. Dart will be destroyed, so that gives a bit of an inclination of where these players are. More shock darts being used here as Yvonne will push for the site. Agility good for 1, taking down the first frag was massive. He'll be looking for 2. Can he find 3? Jake Chronic does it instead. The first round for West Virginia comes at a much-needed time. And they'll take down Rutgers first here themselves. Maybe that's the momentum they need to get back into this game.
Bladestorm committed, but that isn't what saves the day. It's agility, hiding in the corner, just perfect location. And they try to do that duel 1-by-1, but the crossfire. The angles are set up perfectly to stop any approach from C long. West Virginia, they finally stopped the bleeding. They're finally on the board. What a good time, too, because if that round had gone the way of Rutgers, at worst, they would have been guaranteed a halftime lead, or not, excuse me, a tie after 6 rounds. Now they're still playing for that tie, potentially a lead. They win 2 more rounds, guaranteed at least 7-5. There's so much for Rutgers to use here. There's 4 ultimates right now, so they still have economy, they still have utility. And they've got 2 kills off the bat. Traded back, could be a 3rd.
Be a 3rd. Finn trying to run his way out of this one. The classic. Oh, Yvonne barely ekes out of that one. Finn, 17 HP. It's all you needed, but couldn't find the kill. Now Rutgers in a 3v2, making a 3v1 as Sora can't deal with Beast 2 Hype, who finds a frenzied kill there, leaving things at a 3v1 situation for Rutgers. Plant will go down, and it'll be a slow walk back here for Jay Chronic. In a 1v3 situation, a must-win, and they know where he's at as well. So, for Jay Chronic, has all the utility he can play off of, but I think you just saved this one. It seems like the economy hasn't been in West Virginia's favor for a lot of this game. So it looks like Jay Chronic will just play for some exit frags, but they're not coming. So it's going to be another save, another smart save, I think, Jag, honestly, for West Virginia.
Yeah, agreed. Also, smart by Rutgers not to chase this out. Not worth it when they can just play the site, make sure it goes off. So overall, played well at the end by both sides. But, West Virginia, they get that one round, but that is all for now. They don't get any ultimates out. Again, they still get 2 kills, so it's not perfect. Beast 2 Hype actually had to be bought for that round, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like Rutgers is like absolutely, guaranteed to win no matter what at this rate, at least for this, halves. It's going really well for them, but they lose 2 to 3 rounds in a row and that economy starts to crumble. But it's really on West Virginia to start getting something going. It's just they don't have the engagement tool. G Chronic had a really nice Hunter's Fury before, but that was kind of just hoping that you hit something. I think they did maybe have a recon bolt off the back of that, but other than that, it was just like throwing it down mid and you're able to, stick the landing. This from the shadows, maybe they could use it for recon, maybe they use it to contest a spike plane if they're too far away. I would love to see the null command come out early. I would love to see them just try to play really aggressive, change up the pace. I mean, we said like don't be too aggressive. At 0 point though, that gives you a lot of info. Like, you could use the null command off the back of this to just run straight into them, and maybe not actually because their weaponry probably isn't the best. But if they try to go for that at some point here, I think that would really change the pace and put them in control.
Well, we're back to C. First kill goes the way of Sora. Yvonne from downtown takes down Finn. With the mollies being placed here on top of C, you have the Sova as well with that Hunter's Fury. Sora will drop down as well for good measure. And for Rutgers, it's another situation where they can play for the stall, they can play for the time. And unless West Virginia get a massive flank off here with Black Coffee, who looks to be timing here by Almost, gets the dink off, gets the leg shot, and Black Coffee will get taken down by Almost. A 4v2 situation. I mean, is this another save? I mean, like it's really just difficult for West Virginia to hold strong. Rutgers, they're playing with such confidence, with such aggression. West Virginia, they just can't commit.
It looks like G Chronic wants to play a bit more aggressive here. Maybe try to find some exit frags instead of just running for the hills. But other than that, like, what can you do here? It's a 4v2, like you said. And at this point, I think it's just too little too late. They're going to back out of this now. I wanted to talk really quickly about Black Coffee because I feel like no matter what, they were going to end up falling there. That turret was about to just murk them. So even if the final blow wasn't found by the Sova on the side of Rutgers, I feel like they had no chance, unfortunately. These turrets have actually been really clutch from Fruit. I talked about it really quickly. And again, it's like, not the highest performing player right now, KDA-wise, 1 in 6 and 2. But that's kind of what we saw in the Breach in the last match. Like, sometimes it's not about finding the final blow. It's about setting up plays for your teammates. Having that turret as more just recon, knowing when someone's there, has been massive. They have a lockdown they could use to completely take over a site. There's no Hunter's Fury on the other side to destroy. They'd have to rely on shock darts or maybe the KO grenade. So they're just doing a lot for their team right now, and that's a big part of why they have this 7-1 lead.
Good dart there. We'll spot a couple. 7-1 situation. Null command still available for West Virginia if they so choose to use it. Owl Drone will be there first. Black Coffee will negate that. There's the bottom lit here, along with Yvonne pushing forward. The KJ lockdown being used as well for Rutgers. Really looking to go for A, and they're going to wait this out and then push forward. This will force a dispersion, force a complete overtaking of the site. West Virginia can't push forward. Let's see if they use the null command to counter this. The plant will go down for Yvonne. Finn from the top lines will be good for 1 with that Marshall. Jay Chronic as well getting on the action. That shock dart did not go where he planned it. 3v4 situation with the null command still available. They could go back into this, but Rutgers are going to play this one slow and wait for West Virginia to come to them.
And that shock dart, that was a bouncy boy. That just went up and out of the map. Goodbye, into the void you go. But that information is huge. They have recon, but they're not able to collapse off the back of it. Beast, 2 hype, able to find 2. It's 2 for 2.
2 for 2 situation, judge in hand for Yvonne. He blasts down agility. Fruta takes down Chronic through the wall. And it will be the 2 kills they need. 8-1 situation for Rutgers, who are doing a great job here in this best of 1, trying to gain a massive lead, and they have. It's been tough for West Virginia. They haven't really been in a great economic state for a majority of this game, and in a great mental state. It really just feels like Black Coffee can't get it going. And this is, a player that, especially in this game, that you need to pop off. Yeah, we've talked about the Chamber being, a pseudo duelist, if you will, but you need to be able to find some sort of value out of this jet pick. Whether it's, transferring over to the ops, saving a couple rounds and looking for, you know, potentially easier kills. It just feels like Rutgers are so much more confident going for these 1v1s, and they're getting these headshots, they're getting these kills, and West Virginia, they can do nothing but watch their team crumble before them.
And this is a Rutgers team that has been pretty dominant through collegiate Valorant. They won quite a few Conference 1 titles back in the day, back when Conference 1 was a thing, ripping. But, you know, they have consistently been one of the best teams in the collegiate scene, like, regardless of the year or the roster, and I think here you're seeing a great example of what this has been. It's just a 9-1 lead. They don't have a duelist. That's one thing I was thinking. Like, there's a pseudo-duelist for them, sure, the Chamber, but there's actually no qualified duelist on the side of Rutgers. They have quite a few, like 2 Sentinels, 2 Initiators, and 1 Controller. That is what they are running right now. So it's not the craziest comp when it comes to engagement, because, you know, there isn't a lot of speed and mobility, but they're still finding ways to get onto sites so efficiently with a combination of the Sky, with the Killjoy, with the Sova. Like, all of that in tandem has helped them really understand where people are on the other side. Sora, though, last round they actually tried going for the ult orb, didn't buy, and they ended up falling early, but this time they do get the Tour de Force because you get an ult orb once you end up falling in the previous round, so that's a big opening. One of the first advantages we've seen them have in quite a while.
Absolutely. Still have a flash available with that Omen along with the Owl Drone as well, but you can even just use the Hunter's Fury to gain control of a site if you want to. And Garage has been an idea for Rutgers. This time around, though, there are trips stationed in that general area, so Rutgers won't have an easy time as Yvonne drops down to Sora with this Tour de Force still hawking over mid, gaining space wherever he so chooses. Finn will add insult to injury for Rutgers' attack and deal with Kwanzi, who will drop down. Now the Hunter's Fury will be primed here for Almost, who really is looking to feel it with the shot. The first one goes wide, the second one goes wide as well. The third one, much of the same. Sora will drop down. Now it's going to be a 1v1 here. Fruta and Sora battling around. And there won't be much there for Fruta to do. A 4K for Sora, really trying to get things going here for his team. We talked about him being that one player to look out for, along with Jay Chronic, and they're doing their part, but they need some assistance here from Black Coffee. They need some assistance from Agility. It's just so tough. It's just so tough, especially on the defensive side. Potentially we'll see more aggression from Black Coffee, but for the time being, Rutgers, they've done a great job. Good bounce back for West Virginia. Potentially they can go for a 9-3 curse here. They have that operator now for Sora. Obviously he was very efficient with that gun last round. Let's see if he can do the same here.
Yeah, we can talk about the 9-3 curse if we get to that, but I think the big thing, honestly, beyond that is denying double digits would be huge for West Virginia. Not letting Rutgers get to 10, making that win condition that much more difficult once the side swaps onto what I would say is actually better for Rutgers comp. I think the defense, they might actually have an easier time on a map that's usually harder, but just this composition feels so defender heavy. And they're going for it all in this last round. Already, Seeker's used. They still have a From the Shadows if they want to go for a sneaky play. It looks like that is not going to be the call, though, as they will be planning here on C.
They're on C. One more flash goes for Sora. He gets sprayed through the wall. Beast 2 hype. They'll find a very cheeky kill, and now it's going to be Agility. He has to get something done off of this flank. The timing, they're good for Black Coffee. Able to find Kwanzi. Finn as well, getting in the fun. Takes down Yvonne. A 2v2 situation with a spike down. Rutgers have the advantage here. West Virginia, the onus sits on them. Both members tagged. That'll be huge here, Almost. They'll bring up the shotgun. The first one goes wide. Black Coffee will stick with the half. Almost. He's good for 1. He's good for 2. Shifting and sliding his way through the defense. It's going to be Almost. 4 Rutgers gets the double digits they need. 2 to 10 for Rutgers. A complete destruction of the first half of Haven. Now for West Virginia. I mean, where do you look? Where do you go, Jag? It's so difficult. Just being in this type of situation, 2 to 10, it just seems like such a difficult task to overcome.
And think about this, because of that 10-2 scoreline, you give up the pistol round, you got to think about, do we force here, or do we play for the bonus? I think you probably play for the bonus, because the force is never guaranteed, but if you give up, you know, the round after the pistol, it's lights out. It's Rutgers being 1 round away from winning. So it's in a very, very difficult to get back up this hill, but they win this pistol round, it becomes a lot easier. Your chances, you know, getting to 4 to 10 becomes a lot easier than if you're down 12 to 2 and then you're playing for that bonus. So they know the win condition. They know how important this pistol is on the attack. Let's see what they can get done. Already made some noise at B. It looks like they're going to C, and C's actually empty right now because of that noise and that 0 point that we saw on B.
One tag will come through. It's a good start here, a good frag for West Virginia to bring things to a 5v4. Beast 2 is going to need to find that kill on Sora. He does not. Leaving it at a 5v2, a 5v1, and everyone falling like flies there. Rutgers will scrape together 2 kills for almost, but with 31 HP, no utility to play off of, and 3 hungry West Virginia players looking for kills. It's going to be tough. And Jay Chronic from downtown, he's able to find the team ace for West Virginia. They needed this round win. They get it. It's a good start, but still a lot more work to do, Jack.
And that's like, you get over the first hurdle out of what's realistically another, oh God, I can't do math, 10? Yeah, 10, there we go. So, first round in the book, should be able to take this next one pretty easily. Then after that, once the bonus hits, it's kind of all downhill unless you're able to, if you get a thrifty round on the bonus, like, all of a sudden your chances skyrocket. You're actually back in this. But in general, you're just playing for this round as is. I think Finn staying alive with the Bulldog is really important. We've seen a few teams do this here and there where they force the Bulldog round 2, ends up paying out pretty big dividends. It's really interesting they had forced though, and it's usually a save round, so I'm very intrigued about that for Rutgers. We'll see how that pays off, but in the meantime, A is completely wide open, and they've already lost Yvonne.
They deal with the lurker, and that's big. They don't have to worry about a flanker for the time being. Jay Chronic continuing to watch over window, watching over this flank that could approach at any minute, any possible second. As Jay Chronic, he'll wait it out. A side is cleared. Plan has already gone down for West Virginia. We expect this with the gun advantage they have, but it's up to Rutgers to find some of these cheeky kills here. Beast 2 hype cannot as well. The turret will act as a distraction here, but Fruta can't find the shots. We'll get 1 or 2 in, but regardless, the damage has already been done. The spray is in for agility. Takes down Rutgers, and West Virginia back on top once again. Their second round win in a row, and this is it. This is what you talked about. They're going to have a Bulldog. They're going to have a Vandal. So it's going to really be up to Black Coffee. This is it. This is it, bro. You've been on the bottom for a majority of this game. 4-11-0. And he has the Vandal in his toolkit. He's got the dash available. He can make an aggressive play with agility with those KO flashes. We just need to see it, like you said, in tandem with each other. The utility has been the name of the game for, really a lot of these teams here at this tournament. And if you want to find success, especially against these top teams, you're going to have to find some sort of connection with each other. You're going to have to use that utility along with your duelist to get that site clear, to get that plant down and make yourselves a lot easier looking for that retake.
One thing here is that Rutgers is finally not just dedicating themselves to one point. They are playing the whole map right now, but Yvonne already took so much chip damage. That's really like 1.5 players currently on C site. They take out Black Coffee. That's huge. Maybe grab that gun. Actually, I think they gave up the Vandal to someone else. They actually only had a Spectre, so that Vandal's in someone else's hands right now. And with that elimination, there's really no info. I mean, maybe now you see that it's an A push because you see the smoke go out. You take out Sora. So that's huge. It looks like maybe this could be winnable, but it's... Well, now it definitely is. Those 2 picks on the A site completely changed what I was thinking. They get the plant down. Rutgers, they're playing from behind.
Big plan for West Virginia. Don't have to get too eager. Rutgers, they push through the smoke. It's difficult. Agility, Finn, grab their kills. 5 rounds here for West Virginia, slowly but surely working their way back into this game. And that bonus, that was the round that really counts. And now, for West Virginia, this is a very winnable situation. Just looking at the economy, looking at the momentum factor. The first round doesn't matter anymore for West Virginia. They're just looking right ahead, full steam ahead. This is going to be a save. Rutgers, in theory, should lose this round unless West Virginia really blow it. But regardless, things are looking much, much better than West Virginia camp, and you have to credit that to the team play, to pushing together with that utility. They're finally working in conjunction with each other, and it's working beautifully. Rutgers haven't done enough to deal with the push, and they're going to go back over towards A-Long. Yeah,
I think this has been huge. I mean, 4 rounds in a row. Potentially, if they win this one, denies any rounds going the way of Rutgers. They're still at 3. They've been at 3 now, it feels like forever. I mean, it's not just that you're going... I mean, it sounds pretty silly in, retrospect, but it's not only that you're getting your own rounds, it's that you're denying the win for Rutgers, but they are still finding noise here.
Oh, no. Finding a lot of noise here. 18 HP on Sora. They got to be very careful. There's the blind coming out as well. Kwanzi will take down Finn. And West Virginia fans, please, this is not my doing. I did not cast or curse anything. Don't look at me. Now I just cast or cursed it back. So now it's a 4v2 in favor of Rutgers. The utility still being spammed over towards A-Long. Everything's falling apart. The Sheriff's too strong for Rutgers. Here comes the push in. Yvonne feeling himself with that Vandal he acquired. The 11th round win for Rutgers. The thrifty is there, Jag. It's not my fault.
It's not Camel's fault. It's... Our production's telling Campbell that it is indeed his fault. But I mean, think about it this way: like the round that West Virginia probably shouldn't have won, they did, and then the round they should have won, they didn't. So this scoreline we would have arrived at regardless of how that played out. The difference is that actually Sora now is not able to full buy here. They're probably gonna go for the Headhunter. They don't have the ultimate. They don't have the Tour de Force. They don't have 6 either. They're at 5. So maybe they get one alt orb and then they get a kill and then they can get the Tour de Force online. I feel like there's going to be a play here to get an alt orb. Maybe not. See how that plays out. But it's a bit of a half buy. It's a bit of Frankenstein buy. And this is where you see the desperation a little bit because they realize like they're 2 rounds away from losing the series. And again, they will still be in the playoffs on Friday. No doubt about that. But they'll have a disadvantage going up against the highest seed from Group A.
Flash coming out from Agility. We'll be able to find 2 off of Yvonne as well, almost. We'll try to trade things back. Agility really feeling himself here. Drank a bang before this round. He finds 3 kills out of it. And Agility stepping up in a massive way here against Rutgers. A 4v1 for Kwanzi. Let's see what he can do. The first engagement is Black Coffee. He does not win it. There's going to be another kill going the way of Jet here. Black Coffee clearly heard me. And we're going to get a replay because Agility, he's got Agility here. With his movement, his quickness, it's insane for the 3K Jag. Just break it down for me.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if it was Agility throwing in the flash bang or not, but I mean, they immediately turn the corner. They get a really nice stun onto the sky, and then from there, it's kind of like everyone peeks into him, but it's one by one. And usually you think, oh, well, we're peeking from window and garage. We have the high ground advantage, but the angle that Agility was holding was just perfect. And I think it was like a 3-for-1 at the end of the day. It's just too much for Rutgers to come back from. These rounds are getting really dicey. I mean, you see that there's a light buy from Rutgers, and yet this is like, what, the 2nd round out of 3 that they've had to do this? And they're finding eliminations still. Like, you cannot count on anyone when they have a Sheriff. This is incredible.
Spike down
I mean,
A.
it's just that easy. Yvonne now, he's got the Tour de Force available. He's going to peek out of this. He finds the kill, but Sora gets 2. They line up there. A chance potentially for West Virginia in a 1v3 situation. The Sheriffs come alive for Rutgers, and they give them the advantage they need. It's going to be Sora with the bomb in hand. Does he check this left corner? He must. He has to. He'll look for the peak. He can't find it. Kwanzi reorients and hits for the 12th round win for Rutgers. West Virginia, they roared back, but it's clearly not enough. Rutgers have figured them out. They win that next round, and Yvonne, he'll pick up the operator as well. So this could be another way for Rutgers to deal with these fast pushes. And West Virginia, I mean, they just, there's not much to say. I mean, they just lost the 1v1s with those Sheriffs against Vandals. There's not really much you can do other than, you know, getting in the lab.
Yeah, I just don't think they're expecting an aggressive push like that from Rutgers, considering that they know that it's probably going to be a bit of a half buy. But they get caught out, the headshots land, and doesn't matter how much armor you have, it's not going to protect your head when there is a Sheriff going out on you. Now West Virginia, they've got to think about this. They lose this, series is over, game's over. Ultimate's already being thrown out, Tour de Force. Hunter's Fury, do you use anything else here to try to secure this win? You already got almost off the table. Sora still has a few more bullets left in this Tour de Force.
One enemy remaining.
We'll miss the first one, finds the second one there. 5v1 situation for Kwanzi. Maybe he's good for 1. We'll spot down Agility. He's good for 2. Oh my word, Kwanzi. Slow down, my friend. Sora finally jumps in and deals with the hot hand of Rutgers, and 7-12 will be the situation West Virginia have put themselves in. They're going to need 5 rounds in a row to deal with this overtime if they want it. We'll start here. It's going to be a bit of an interesting buy for Rutgers. Not going to really have the best circumstances here. It's going to be a couple of Phantoms, a Bulldog, and looks like Almost will just save, perhaps, or maybe get a buy. We'll see what does happen. But West Virginia, they're going to have to use this gun advantage and just not get too antsy. That really has been the issue on those save rounds, on those difficult rounds for Rutgers. They've been able to find kills with Sheriffs. Hopefully this time around, if you are a West Virginia fan, you see your team play more as a team, play more as a collective unit, and not get over eager and you know, blow a fuse, if you will.
I wanted to say that old command, we get to see it come out, but it's going to be a kill traded back, though looks like West Virginia will have the advantage. I like this. They're playing aggressive, and this should be a round they have pretty well secured. And Rutgers might have made a big mistake here, because they went for a half by themselves. It's worked out a few times. This time it doesn't. And it's kind of like the economic situation. Like, do we give over 1 round here where it's probably guaranteed to lose it, or do we try to go for that force and then potentially give up 2? Looks like it's going to be 2. You get the null command out, so that's sort of a good trade. You've got 3 ultimates yourself. It's looking like it's going to be 9-12, and it gets ever so closer for West Virginia to make potentially an unthinkable comeback here. It's still, I think double digits is like when you really start to feel the heat. If you're Rutgers, not going to be there quite yet. You got to think about how you had this enormous lead built up after halftime, and even if you win this, you let a lot of it slip away. And I guess you could argue it's just side. It is better to be an attacker here, even though I said maybe this comp would work better on defense. I think I've been proven wrong. In general, though, like, I mean, they just had everything going their way, and it's been much more back and forth here since the side swap.
It's going to be difficult. Piece 2 hype. Timing there is massive. Is still going to fall, actually. Sora, great intuition. Shoots through the wall and takes down the sky. Great early contact, great early kill. UT, though, it's going to be almost, and Yvonne able to scrape the other 2 kills somehow, some way. Always able to find these kills with the sheriffs in hand, but A-Site will be the target. Quanzi, he's lurking around, not able to find the kill to Finn. That could have been massive. With a lockdown available, with a Hunter Street available, you imagine they have to just go for broke here and go for the lineups. Here we go, almost. He'll send the shock darts out. Do they find the target? No, no way. Bring out the protractor. The math prodigy takes down Finn. The Hunter Street will be used as well in conjunction with the push forward for Rutgers, looking to get this spike diffused, looking for it all. Agility. He'll take down Fruta. That's a good start here for West Virginia. A 2v2 situation. The shots from Jay Chronic. Take down almost. Agility takes down Yvonne. They shut it down. The lineup, Larry's in chat. They're going crazy, but not crazy enough for Rutgers. West Virginia scraped together their 9th round here in their 3rd in a row.
It's such a close round, and I think West Virginia, like, they stay alive, but think about how really that shouldn't have been as close. It seems like Rutgers, you cannot count them out when they have those light buys. The fact that they make it a 2v2 at the end, oh boy, that gets very, very close. Especially again, you lose one more round, you're done ski. But they stay alive. Very nice positioning there at the very end, especially from Jay Chronic, having those lineups ready. I mean, we talked about the lineups from almost, but Jay Chronic, I think, had that ready to go just in case worst came to worst. This is, again, another testament for Rutgers. Put this away here. The longer they let this go on, the less chances they have.
Walking into the KG till you're walking into the sky flashes, but they do not give a damn. West Virginia spraying through the smoke, getting those kills, getting those early frags. It's a 4v2, making a 4v1. You know what, Jag? You know, I think maybe Rutgers just all by shares. I mean, clearly that's where they're most powerful.
That's the play.
That's where they're hitting their Super Saiyan status, because clearly when they buy real guns, it just doesn't work. So for Rutgers, back to another pretty awkward situation. It looks like it's going to be a Walmart buy. You're getting, you know, a little bit of everything with this one here. And for West Virginia, it's looking good. A sea of red here. That's what they want to see. And they're going to have the Bladestorm ready. And on the opposite side of things, Rutgers, they're going to have the Seekers online. Quanzi's one ult away from at TP of his own, could get nifty there, but they're going to go for a buy. Quanzi's actually going to buy up here. Oh, no, he's just toying with me. He's just toying with me, Jag.
Almost did keep that Phantom, so I'm not a huge fan of that, because realistically, you can give up this round and it's fine. You still have one more to prevent the overtime scenario. But they're trying to force buy here. One gun in particular, I'm not sure if they'll have enough for next round. I'm guessing they must think they will if they're going to go for that. I mean, with the loss bonuses, maybe they will. Those do stack over time, but it's not looking super hot for Rutgers to contest this round. Seekers, I'm assuming they'll probably save for the next one. West Virginia, they have just been doing the same thing over and over again. Hit a site after waiting just a little bit. No command going to be thrown out here just to make sure that they can really secure this.
What can he do? Not much of anything. Beast 2 Pipe will get one kill, but that's all. It'll be a 4v3 with the null command still out and running here for West Virginia. Plant will go down for Finn. I think we're in a 4v3 for Rutgers here. Backs are against the wall. Let's see if Quanzi can get anything done. Bit of a difficult spot here for Yvonne. He is able to find 2. Can he find 3 in a 2v1 situation? Smart, though, for West Virginia. Just backing off, playing time here. Yvonne, he'll peer over the corner. Does he find the headshot? He does not. Finn, dancing and prancing his way around the bullets, is able to find the 11th round win for West Virginia. 1 away from match point and overtime here. And it's been a long and arduous journey for West Virginia, but they have been able to work their way back from a 10-2 situation, and now this is it. It comes down to this. The culmination of everything here lies into this round. Ultimates 3 on both sides, Jag. Where are you expecting West Virginia to go?
I expect another A hit, but I think they're going to make some noise C first. They're definitely at least looking towards C, but you see the spike isn't going there yet, so it might actually be more of a default, maybe just a bit of a mirage, as we like to talk about before. Oh, that could have been a collat, but it's only one. But finally, for the first time in forever, Rutgers, they actually have a numbers advantage, and it might be when it matters most at the final adder. No matter how this ends, both the matches that we've been able to cast today have gone the full distance, and that is all you can ask for as a caster. I mean, we had no expectations or no idea how this matchup would go because neither of these teams had played today. We have gotten our money's worth and more.
Absolutely, but for Rutgers, I mean, this is, in all seriousness, that could be a game-deciding pick because West Virginia, they're going to have something made out of nothing here with that Bladestorm Fruta. If he's good for one, that could be all they need. Has no mollies to stall for time, will be blinded first. Now he'll check the corner. Instantly going to get sprayed and shanked by Black Coffee, who's good for two. The trade back is there for Yvonne. Jay Chronic will take down Yvonne himself and now leave things at a 3v2, and it's the switcheroo for West Virginia. In a 3v2 situation, even after that first pick, they're not able to do enough. Fruta's not able to get any kills off that retake. Beast 2 Hype gets killed from the flank, and a 3v1 looking so good for West Virginia. Rutgers, they get that early pick, but it doesn't matter. West Virginia confident in their pushover. And Jag, you predict the future. The A-hit is there. The overtime is there as well. West Virginia come all the way back from 10-2 to give us 24 rounds of play here. All comes down to this overtime. It's going to look a lot different. I'm expecting a lot more of a passive situation, but you never know.
Yeah, never say never, right? I have seen 12-0 leads end up 13-12, and that was with not this overtime rule set, which is not going to be possible. You cannot end 13-12. It has to be by 2, so 14-12, 15-13. It's a lot of ways it can be done, but it goes on forever and ever, and I mean, I've casted like 12 rounds of overtime in a row, so you never know how it can go. And you get also one side per an attempt, so it keeps switching back and forth. You got to win on attack and on defense, and the economy also resets. So a lot of things that we talk about in regulation don't necessarily apply here. Like economy, who cares about that? You get the same amount of credits every time anyway. Really, it's about team play here, and maybe even more so mechanical skill. If you win outright, you're not going to be relying on ultimates. Abilities will be there, but maybe not as important in this situation as Rutgers gave up that 10-2 lead to make it 12-12. Start off on the right foot right here, winning this attack, which both teams look just way better on attack than they did anywhere else.
Absolutely. Well, now they're going to have the first strike at attack, so definitely in their mind, a much-needed round. You don't want to be down 13-12. Put yourself a match point. Sora in a very precarious situation. He'll drop down. Fruta finally getting in on the action. They'll take down the hot hand of West Virginia, the one player you're really expecting to pop off in these types of situations when it is so intense. Now Finn, with no TP to his name, will have to stay present in this duel. Will find 2 kills out of it all, 58 HP to spare. Those are massive kills for the Omen.
Massive kills indeed. 3v4. Yvonne, about to find themselves in a world of hurt if they don't peek this the right way, and they don't. Oh, if they had committed one way or the other, maybe they could have traded it out, but now it's going to be an A hit, but this site is not cleared whatsoever. That orb is also going to weigh the sound cue. Turret? Oh, no. Jay Chronic's there on the back. This is falling apart for Rutgers. It's falling apart completely, and West Virginia on their side that they came back on, made that epic comeback to make it 12-12. Could put away the game right here, and one of the greatest reversals of fortune I have ever seen.
I'm not going to say it's laziness. I think it was just like, why would he be there? I think that's almost logic. Jay Chronic was in the weirdest position, and you saw when he pushed out of A, he didn't even check the left. He didn't even check the left. He was looking towards the right. If he just literally just glances over for a fraction of a second, he would have seen Jay Chronic peering over through B, but that's the timing. That is the smallest margins of error we expect from these two teams, and now it's going to be up to Rutgers, who are already down a man. Yvonne goes down, wasn't able to get the TP off in time, and here we go. The flash is ready, the dash is in for Black Coffee, and everything is going to be used to get into C. It's a full retake scenario for Rutgers. They do not want to lose any more players in this situation. West Virginia, 5v with this round advantage. Does one more almost through the smoke, is able to take down agility. The kill's starting to pour back. Black Coffee's good for one more, a 2v1 situation. Cruz and Beast 2 Hype. He's got a flash. He's got a scout. He's got the heal available. No more. 30 HP to spare. 8 bullets in the chamber for the Sky here. What does he go for us? They know exactly where he's at. With one flash available, he'll use it. There's the first flash to get on to site. He flashed himself. Unfortunately, he'll pop one more. He used the duck down the plant snare. He gets one, but he's got only 3 bullets left. He
What?
uses them all. He's got the classic 4 HP Black Coffee. He's just gonna blow on him. Can he do what he does? The right click is there for Black Coffee. He's able to find the last caffeinated shot he needs to burst through. And the comeback is real. Jag, you gotta be kidding me. 10-2, and then another 10-2 brings us to an overtime. The next 2 rounds, West Virginia. I mean, clap it up. Clap it up, guys. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, please. 10, it shows you guys in solo queue. Any game is winnable. Never quit.
I'm gonna keep telling myself that when my duelist is yelling at me about why I didn't heal them when they're already dead. Anyway, I think the thing there is, like, it's true, especially in a game where your team, you know, you've been playing together for a while. You never know what can happen. This game is so side-based in so many situations, and here we saw just attack teams absolutely pop. I think the big story about this is that if you got no plans Friday and you're not watching the playoffs, what are you doing? Because we got 4 teams that absolutely look incredible. And, you know, I don't think it really matters who got the number 1 or the number 2 seed, to be completely honest with you. I think any of the 4 teams that are left standing could end up being the winner that's going to be going to land at the end of the day. But here today, I mean, what else can you say about West Virginia? The mental fortitude that must be required to be able to come back from that. It all started with that pistol round when I said, you know, you start there. That is the beginning of the journal. That is the first hurdle. They jumped over 12 at the end of the day, 10 rounds in regulation, 2 back-to-back rounds in overtime. I think the most impressive part about all of that was their defensive rounds at the beginning of overtime. They just looked like they were in the driver's seat, and it looked like Rutgers, the gas had completely just been their car or something. Didn't really seem like they had anything left. And I think it's kind of the opposite. You know, for West Virginia, it was their Rutgers. They might have just had too many blows to overcome that lead that they ended up giving up at the end of the day.
Absolutely. We are looking for, it seems like Jay Chronic might be the recipient of this interview. We'll see what does happen. But as we look and figure out this whole interview situation, we will go to a quick break after that long extended match. The overtime is won by West Virginia. Congrats to them. We're going to go to a quick interview after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Mid Invitational. We are on with our interview with Jay Chronic after that very, very long best of one there, the overtime comeback here. Jay Chronic, first of all, congratulations on the win. But I got to ask, what was the conversation looking like after that 10-2 start? How do you guys, bounce back in terms of the mental fortitude you need to come back from a deficit like that?
Yeah, obviously we had a really rough CT side, 10-2. It's hard to come back. We know we had a good T side. Normally in our scrims and stuff and league matches, we have a better T side than CT. So it was just getting that pistol around, and then as soon as that was over, I was like, boys, it's not over yet. We can rattle a couple rounds off, get the momentum going, and then we were right back in it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. And that's what actually I said to Cam, like, hey, you start with a pistol and then you never know where it can go. When all the way to over, guys were able to secure a 14-12 victory, the #1 seed in Group B. And with that under your belt, now you'll be playing again Friday for sure against Concord University, the #2 seed from Group A. How do you guys feel about your chances there? And how do you feel overall about your chances of qualifying for Atlanta?
Well, we haven't had the ability to play Concord yet, so that's a bit of an unknown. I know they played in the other group earlier, so may go back and look at that game. Who knows? Uh, I would say our chances are pretty good as long as we play not really the other team's game. It's an all, but we don't want to force ourselves into how they want to play, and that's the issue we have. But if we play our game, we definitely have a good chance for qualifying for Atlanta.
Absolutely. Good luck with that qualification. Is there anyone you want to thank or shout out before we send you off?
Yeah. Shout out to my team, of course. Couldn't have done it without him. Shout out to Josh, our director, the one that got. He's the reason we're playing. Shout out to my friends, family. I know I have some of them watching. And hopefully, I get the continue that I've gotten, and we qualify for Atlanta.
Awesome. Absolutely, man. Well, good luck with that, and good luck to your team as well. Well, as we say goodbye to Jay Chronic, we say goodbye to the stream as well. It's been a fun time. I want to thank KTAD and Cool Scoots in the back, as well as everyone for helping out at Esports U. It's been a hell of a ride here, Jag, with you. Always love the cast. We got two very, very exciting matches, and it will be Rocket League tomorrow for you guys, so don't miss out on any Esports U action. But that's going to wrap it up for the stream. Everyone, have a great day.